Hello and welcome to the World Rapid and Blitz. My name is Fiona Anthony, and I'm delighted to be reunited with Grandmaster John Ludwig Hammer. John Ludwig, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited about today's games, and it should be a really exciting championship.
Absolutely. I've said this numerous times before. The World Rapid and Blitz is actually my favorite event of the year as a chess fan. And so I'm very excited to be here and, get a front row seat. I see there's a lot of people in the chat already, despite it being, I believe, very bad time zones for some of our viewers. I think on the East Coast, it's 4 a.m. It's nice and early. I see Grandmaster Buck in the chat. Good morning, Buck. And John Ludwig, we will be kicking off very soon, but maybe just a few words about the format of this World Rapid Championship before we start.
Absolutely. There's going to be 13 rounds in this tournament, and that's divided over 3 days. Today we're doing 5 rounds, and then tomorrow we're doing 4, and the day thereafter 4 as well. And as you may notice, it's 10 a.m. in Europe. It's 3 p.m. in Kazakhstan where this event is happening. Normally, that means we should have had moves on the board. However, for the first round of a big event such as this one, there are often some delays. In addition, as an anti-cheating measure, the games will be relayed 3 minutes after the moves are actually played in Kazakhstan. So that means that we now have to wait for everyone to get ready and find their seats, but we also have to wait an additional 3 minutes after that before we receive the moves.
Yeah, and then once the players do get off, as you can already see on your screens, Hikaru will be playing against Amin from Iran in the very first round. It's not an easy start. I mean, in general, the World Rapid and Blitz is not an easy tournament. Unlike the European Rapid and Blitz, for example, which I commentated on last weekend, which is an open tournament, the World Rapid and Blitz is not open to anyone. And I'm actually not certain now on the exact requirements, but maybe you will know, Jean-Ludwig?
You need to have been rated 2550 in either Blitz, Rapid, or Classical FIDE rating in order to participate. Also qualified are the national champions of each individual country, in addition to the organizer having a couple of wild cards. So this is really the best of the best competing, almost exclusively grandmasters. And that's precisely who Hikaru is going up against in this first round from Iran. Tabatabai is one of the great stars of the rising chess power that is Iran. It should be an exciting match. In fact, Hikaru's opponent here, he played another tournament just a couple of days ago where he finished 3rd in the Sitges Open.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a brilliant showing. Speaking of strong tournaments, Sitges, probably one of the strongest open tournaments of the year, did just recently conclude with a victory of Alexenko, but coming second behind him, Tabatabai only played 9 games. Everyone else played 10, and he scored 8 out of 9, which is just incredible in that field. Someone is saying moves. Apparently we have moves. Maybe we need to refresh or something. There's one board. On our live board, we do see moves on our... Let's see what's going on with...
What do you mean that? Live board?
On the stream live board.
Which stream?
Our stream.
Our stream. Well, it's not on my screen.
Yeah, let's just maybe refresh the whole page once. Let me try.
Oh, my bad. Apparently, staying on the same page, not a good idea. We do have moves. In this position that's on the board, Hikaru with the black pieces.
Let's just flip the board. I think you pressed the wrong. Yeah.
Hikaru with the black pieces has opted for the Nimso Indian opening, a very solid way to play. I know Hikaru has been playing like this with the white pieces, so he's probably quite familiar with this as the black player as well.
We haven't actually one final thing before we get into and we have camera footage of Hikaru as well. That's brilliant news. I think especially for fast time controls, having the moves, of course, is good, but seeing the player's emotions tells you a bit more about the story. The time control, for anyone wondering, is 15 minutes plus a 10-second increment per move, as we see Amin trade on d5.
Yeah, actually, I find this really fascinating because I'm working on a chessable course on the Nimso Indian, trying to advocate the best line for black. And this queen h4 move Hikaru played, it has almost never been tried in practical play, but that was the line I analyzed for my chessable course.
Did you share your secret analysis with Hikaru, or what happened there?
I did not, but you know what they say about great minds. That being said, this line, bishop to f4, I struggled with. And I find this to be very, very difficult to deal with for black. Bishop e7 is a sensible move. But there are some problems now because according to the computer, black needs to play g5 at some moment to be okay. I think this is a very dangerous line for black, and you really have to know what you're doing. The only advantage is that it has surprise value in that it has basically never been played before from the black side. However, so far, with the moves coming in quite quickly, I'm very impressed with Tabatabai's preparation.
Yeah, and it must be in a way frustrating for Hikaru if, as you say, this line hasn't really been played. You don't necessarily expect your opponent to play the best response move, and especially if we look at the clock times to play them all instantly. And it reminds me of what Magnus said in the State of Chess broadcast on chess.com just, what was it, less than a week ago, when he talked about how he'd like to see, more chess line 60, and that one of the problems with classical chess is that it's the scope for finding new ideas in the opening is quite limited. And here we see one of those problems. I mean, this, from what you're saying, is a new idea, but still the opponent, everyone is just so well prepared and has done so much work on the openings. And well, here we go. After queen b3, Hikaru has gone into the first tank of the game. You say that it's very important to play g5 at some point to be fine.
So I believe the line I analyzed is bishop to f6, very sensible move, putting pressure on this pawn on d4 together with the knight. White will have to retreat their bishop in order to defend. However, this bishop retreat is not only a defensive move, it's also facilitating the move knight to f4 next, after which this knight will be both attacking the queen and the pawn. And that's such a big problem. This is such a juicy square for the knight that the computer feels the only way to deal with this is to go pawn to g4, which is a tremendously complicated move, but does definitely weaken the position in front of black's king.
I mean, of course, I have to ask you, g5, what happens if white takes on d5?
If white takes this pawn, that's a free pawn. Like, this is a problem. Putting that pawn forward has blocked the rank for the queen to give the defense. However, with the rook coming in, attacking the queen and the pawn behind the queen, it turns out that black actually gets pretty nice play with all the pieces participating and making threats down towards the white position. So it's just a very, very interesting play, but something where you definitely need to have a preparation ahead of time. And right now, considering the fact that Hikaru is still thinking after this queen move, putting pressure on two black pawns at the same time, it seems as though this has not been part of Hikaru's preparation. And as I said, I studied this extensively for my Chessable course to be published at some point. And I think this is really, really dangerous for black. In fact, I think it's so dangerous that after looking at this, I decided that I thought the best move here was to capture this bishop instead of making the retreat because of all the troubles that arise with this queen coming up.
Are you impressed by Tabatabai playing all the best moves and seemingly, you know, he didn't make this up over the board, and I think that's clear from his time management. I'm impressed that he sort of seems to have looked at this line himself as well.
No, I'm not actually. I think this is just showcasing the level these players are at. Even though this variation had never been played before, it was sensible moves from black. And so the white player has prepared this despite it never having been tried before, because you're just saying, well, what if he does this move, which is a sensible classic move to play in similar situations.
If we go back to the position on the board where Hikaru, I mean, he has really, really gone into the tank here. We talked about bishop f6. Are there other alternatives? What do you think Hikaru is thinking about?
Well, bishop f6 and pawn to g5 is pretty much the same idea, because these two combine into one. I can see the computer on my screen is suggesting the move bishop to h3, which makes a lot of sense. We have provoked white into pushing the pawn one step forward in front of their king. And so, as a result, white's control of these light squares around the king is not fantastic. So moving this bishop up, trying to make some threats with the bishop and queen combining to go for the checkmate, that makes sense. However, if the bishop goes up here, white should not, absolutely not, capture this pawn on b7, because then queen to f3, the queen comes in, combining with the bishop, and there will be a checkmate on the g2 square next. However, if white instead continues with their normal plan, bishop one step back, then it turns out this queen coming in will make the checkmate threat, but the knight will both protect against the checkmate and kick Hikaru's bishop back in a position the computer evaluates as winning for white. So returning to the current position after queen b3, Hikaru has played the move h3. No, h6, sorry. One step forward on the king side. And here, wow, the Iranian player instantly going with the bishop forward to e5. That bishop can be captured. However, if you do that, what happens then?
Well, wow, this bishop, maybe we can simply take a look.
Yeah, bishop, knight takes bishop, pawn takes back, queen will come and capture the pawn for free, and then white will move the knight, open up for the rook against the queen and bishop, while also making threats in the center of the board. However, it seems to me that Hikaru with the bishop pair here, I mean, this should be fine for him. He's getting his pieces out.
What slightly surprises me is that once again, Amin didn't spend any time on bishop e5, played that instantly, but we're going to see what happens because Hikaru has captured the bishop.
Yeah, and then Tabai, he recaptures Hikaru's queen back into the center of the board. The queen has had a busy morning walking around the board and finally just ending up in the same area where she started. And wow, look at this. White has chosen not to capture the pawn in the center with the knight. Instead, white is simply just getting more pieces into the game. The rook joining in from the corner, pointing down towards the black pawn and the black queen. And white is still in their preparation. And Hikaru is down more than 9 minutes on the clock. This
there
is
was
tremendous
a question.
Preparation from white.
I was going to ask you earlier, there was a question in the chat from the Candyman TV, and he was asking, is it bad that he's so far behind on time?
Yes, it's bad for 2 reasons. Number one, having less time definitely makes it more difficult to find all the right choices. But it's bad for a more specific reason, and which is that the opponent playing every move instantly means that you're not really playing against your opponent, you're playing against your opponent's computer. This is something they have analyzed ahead of time. They're not thinking for themselves. They're just regurgitating what the computer was recommending. So right now, Hikaru is not playing Tabai, who's already a very strong player. Right now, Hikaru is playing Stockfish, the number one chess engine. And even though Hikaru is one of the best humans in the world, there is no one who can compete with the processing power of Stockfish, which is why that is the main reason why Hikaru is in trouble right now.
Yeah, 10 minutes down, he has just played bishop e6, so developing that light squared bishop, and at the same time protecting the pawn on d5. I'm curious to see how, I think for him it's the first think maybe of the game, the first moment where he hasn't responded instantly, which is always, when you're the opponent player, a little bit of a bittersweet feeling, because on one hand, you're glad that they might start playing on their own, but on the other hand, you understand if they're not responding instantly, that probably means your move wasn't the top computer choice. So there's some good, some bad. Bishop e6 to me looks like a sensible move. Developing the last piece. Yes, you do offer to give back the bishop pair, but it looks to me like white probably isn't too tempted to take on e6.
But here's the problem. Bishop b1, excellent move from white. And look at the eval bar right now. This is a winning position for white. There's nothing Hikaru can do against the threat of queen to d3, working together with the bishop, those two pointing down towards the black king. And it just turns out that the black king is unable to defend itself because every time you try to play g6 to blockade this diagonal, then white is able to come up with their bishop, sacrifice it, but it's not really a sacrifice because the black pawn protecting its buddy was already busy protecting the black bishop. And that's why that bishop placement was unfortunate for Hikaru. He's now unable to blockade this diagonal. And he just gets rewarded for wonderful computer preparation. Oh, sorry. Here. And white is actually going to win this game without really having had to think for any moment.
Yeah, of course, it's a tough start. It's going to be a very tough start for Hikaru, especially in these tournaments where there is no playoff in the end. The tie breaks are, first of all, the point scored, and then second will be the Buchholz without the lowest scoring opponent. I think I seem to fondly remember Benjamin Bock explaining to all of us how the Buchholz... I know that was the Sonnenborn. I'm messing everything up. But in general, for all the tiebreaks in those big Swiss tournaments, losing the first game is especially painful. And yeah, I mean, here... What are your thoughts, John Ludwig? Because Hikaru, he very often, plays more offbeat stuff that might not give him a big advantage, but that's just, there is less theory. Today, he tried to play something, to surprise his opponent, and it did backfire quite badly. Do you think he will now take that and make and maybe go back to more offbeat stuff later, or how do you think he'll react?
Maybe. I think I do think that kind of he tried to play a solid opening. That's what feels bad for Hikaru right now. He tried to play the Nimso Indian. It's regarded as one of the most solid openings there is. And his opponent was just really, really well prepared and came up with this a great aggressive attempt against Hikaru's pretty novel setup. So Hikaru played this because he wanted to play itself, and he still gets into trouble. And so I think, yes, then he could get into a frame of mind where he's like, well, even trying to play solidly didn't work. I'll just go all out aggressive. And as an audience member, I'm really excited about that in terms of aggressive Hikaru is one of the most entertaining players to watch. So I'm really hoping this wakes a beast within. That being said, Hikaru is not going to give up this game just yet. And Hikaru played what looked like a beginner's mistake. He pushed that pawn up like we were talking about, trying to make a blockade on this long diagonal. White captured that pawn and then showcases the vulnerability of Black's king, but Hikaru follows up immediately with his bishop forward, attacking the white knight, forcing the white knight now to make a trade with the black bishop. And with this trade, Black's king will be very exposed. But on the other hand, now we have a situation where Black has a bishop on the dark squares, White has a bishop on the light squares. This is known as opposite colored bishops and known for being pretty drawish in some instances. So Hikaru hasn't given up just yet. His position is not good. He's had to give away the pawn he won initially, but he's still trying to create some fighting position where he can just hang on and hope for the opponent to make a mistake later on.
Absolutely. So maybe if we just go back for 1 second to the moment before Hikaru played g6, there were a couple of questions in the chat. Why is this position just so bad for Hikaru? I think the simple answer is simply that Queen d3 was a big threat, threatening to come into h7. And one of the only ways of dealing with that threat is going g6, as Hikaru did. And the problem, as John Ludwig was saying, is that now that Hikaru's bishop was on e6, there's always going to be this shot that we saw in the game, where after g6, White can take that, and there are two attackers still, the rook on e1 and the knight on f4, looking at that bishop. So they're just very, very concrete. The problem was not, I saw some people ask, is it because, the rooks are not playing yet? Or they were very concrete problems. in this position. But as you're saying, Hikaru is going to fight. He has played bishop g5 on the board. And wow, I mean, okay, I can see the engine move suggestion here, and it gives me a little bit of hope, because I did not expect what I'm seeing, John Ludwig. I did not expect that there is only one path to victory here.
Yeah, and Taba thinking now is probably a good sign. The problem here for white is that the knight is under attack, but if you move the knight, then you lose the protection. Well, not the protection of the bishop, but rather the threat against black's bishop, so that Hikaru can capture white's without any problems. So in order to do this, white has to choose one of two ideas. Either you go back with your bishop, or you make the trade knight for bishop. And going back with the bishop will allow Hikaru to capture on f4 and then get his pieces into play. Yes, the black king is still vulnerable, but as is white's. And black will continue moving the king and the rook over, so that the king can move after and kind of evacuate from this dangerous territory as quickly as possible. So the only move to keep the advantage is, after this bishop g5, to capture on e6 with the knight. But white may be somewhat reluctant to do that because of the reputation the opposite colored bishops have. Because when you have a bishop on the dark squares, the opponent has a bishop on the light squares. That means these two bishops can never compete against each other. And it often leads to positions where you're trying to get a new queen, but you need to get it across the dark squares. However, your bishop only works on the light squares, and so the opposite colored bishops is perfect for creating blockading defenses, and that's what Hikaru is relying on right now.
What's interesting to me is I'm looking at the player cameras as Taba is still thinking here in this spot, and Hikaru, I think, when he's completely lost. I mean, Hikaru, he's a fantastic player, but he doesn't have the best poker face in general. I will say that. When Hikaru knows he's lost, often you can tell. As I think also the same way you can tell if he's completely won. But here it looks like, Amin is deep in thought. Hikaru is looking quite focused. Yes, he must understand the situation is bad, but is it really as bad as the engine bar says?
Yeah, that's the big question now. And judging by White's time management, he doesn't think this is obvious at all. Or at the very least, he's very nervous about having such a good situation against Hikaru himself. And that's the kind of thing that when you have like a big name like Hikaru does, then your opponents, even when they have a winning position, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm about to beat Hikaru Nakamura. I better not mess this up. I better think about all my moves. And that's what's happening for the Iranian player right now. That being said, unfortunately, he is finding some very good moves. I like this h4, putting the pressure on this black bishop. Now, when the bishop retreats, I think the idea for white is to try and move the bishop to make a double attack in two directions. But yeah, here actually the computer says nothing to worry about, or rather, definitely something to worry about. But you can retreat your bishop, you can try to defend, and if white tries to capture this pawn, there will be an exchange of queens. And without the queens, the danger to Black's king lessens significantly. And this may be possible to defend for Hikaru. It's still bad. It's still very, very bad.
But not as bad as
Hikaru is
it was.
hanging on.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a path here. And I think what you were saying earlier, you know, the fact that you are playing Hikaru, and I think there's not that many players. For me, really, Hikaru and Magnus are the two main ones. And we see it a lot, you know, all these online matches that I've seen Hikaru play, like if we think of the recently concluded SCC, I think online, nobody has the effect that Hikaru. I mean, never in my life have I seen anyone not just save, but even win completely lost positions. Of course, this is a slightly different beast. It is over the board chess. The players still have some time, especially Amin still has, you know, almost 8 minutes on the clock, but still, I think the path to a very clear winning advantage is not, it is quite narrow. So let's see, after h4, Hikaru dropped the bishop back to e7, and Amin played queen e3, so eyeing up the two pawns we were talking about.
Yeah, and here the black bishop is not able to defend this pawn on the side of the board. So Hikaru has to move his king up in order to defend the pawn. The good thing is that the king also makes a threat on White's bishop. On the other side, on the other hand, the bishop is now not threatening down towards the white pawn on b2, which they were in the previous variation we studied. So the big question now is whether or not White is okay about grabbing a pawn in the center, but then at the same time allowing the trade of queens, which makes an attack less likely.
Well,
and he does go for the queen trade.
He does go for it. So, okay, the good news is the queens are off. The bad news is we are down one pawn currently, and is d5 hanging? Or so d5 is hanging, b2 is hanging, but I don't know if we can afford to take that pawn on d2. Maybe we can have a quick... Oh, well, never mind. h5 was played. I think I just fell asleep there for a second and forgot whose move it was, but Hikaru, of course, defending now the pawn on d5.
Yeah, so the white bishop was under attack, but is now protected by its pawn. Hikaru defends his own pawn in the center. And look at this move, rook to d3. Very, very clever move. Because I think he's trying to go for an attack here. Rook to f3 will point down towards that black bishop and get this rook involved in an attack. Rook f3, now the logical follow-up, attacking the bishop. And if this bishop moves away to capture one of White's pawns, then maybe the rook comes in, check against the king, and then starts capturing over on the other side.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the problems. We talked about how the opposite color bishops give, in general, good drawing chances, but here we shouldn't forget there's still two rooks on the board. And another thing about opposite color bishops is they also give good chances. Opposite color bishops are good for the side with the initiative, simply because you cannot fight on one of the color complexes. And I think Amin has sensed that quite well with this move, rook d3. We can see he has now swung the rook over to f3. Hikaru does not want to take to allow the rook in, so goes rook f8 to defend the bishop. And here comes rook d6, hitting the pawn on d5 once again. I think it's so important to hold on to that d pawn, but how do we do it? Can we push, but if we push the pawn, the problem is it's not just the pawn, but rook d7 is once again a threat as well.
I'm going to say this pawn, not important. Not important at all. I think the main thing for Hikaru is trying to get rid of as many pawns as possible. This is a classic defensive technique that when you're in trouble, just try and trade as many pawns as possible. And that's what Hikaru is doing right now. He did capture this pawn on b2. Now he's also making threats against the next white pawn thereafter. Hikaru is also opening up a pressure between the rooks, trying to make a trade between the rooks. And I think Hikaru has defended this excellently so far. And it's not really clear how white is going to decide this in his favor. Because Hikaru now, having grabbed that pawn, he also restored the material equality. In addition to the fact that he's just trying to get rid of even more pawns.
I have to say, I mean, I am shocked by the engine evaluation, which is giving this at, you know, almost a +4 advantage for white. I know I'm rated, you know what, 400 or 500 points lower than these players, but if I was playing white here, I would probably feel that I'm better, but no way would I feel, I'm completely winning. And judging from, you know, looking at Amin on the camera, I don't think he feels like, oh yeah, this one is in the bag. And I think once again, we just have to point out that, you know, looking at the evaluation bar and they are two completely different beasts, because I saw a few comments in the chat that Amin really messed this up, but he in fact did play the best move at almost every turn, you know? So it's just converting a position, an advantage for an engine, and converting an advantage for a human are just two different beasts completely.
Yeah, and one of the main reasons the computer is so optimistic is this 3 versus 1 on the king side. So the computer is able to look like 20 moves ahead and see that in due time, these white pawns will advance down towards the black king, and there will be no defense. However, if you don't play all the accurate moves, you could easily see white's pawns disappearing from the board and making it possible for a Hikaru to make a recovery.
There's a question in the chat. I think it's based on what I just said. Kebab is asking, is Hammer agreeing with the difficulty of winning as white, or would it be an easy win for a player in GM level?
No, I am definitely agreeing. And another player who's agreeing is Tabai.
Look at the time situation. Yeah, wow.
He was up at 10 minutes at some point. And right now, the situation has turned around completely. And also, I don't like this at all from the Iranian. He's allowing bishop to d4. That's a terrible decision from white. A horrible, horrible play, allowing Hikaru to take out this 3 versus 1 situation. So Hikaru right now should not be tempted by this pawn on the side of the board. What's important for Hikaru is to make sure that the long-term threat of 3v1, the threat of these pawns making their way up the board, that should be the number one priority to stop. And he can do so with the move bishop to d4.
Do we have a move? I thought that, I mean, I'm so confused because Amin's clock is running, but we see no move.
I have no move on my, should I reload again?
No. I don't see any moves. I don't see any moves either. So, oh no, Hikaru has captured on a3.
Okay, that is not on. Okay, I got it. Okay, so Hikaru does capture on a3. He had a golden opportunity here to go after this pawn majority. But as we were also saying, eliminating as many pawns as possible is also a good defensive strategy. And Hikaru has now succeeded in getting a situation where all the pawns are on the same side of the board. And that does make White's task a little bit more difficult. However, there's a very simple plan of just running these pawns up. Hikaru is still in trouble, but there definitely is possibilities of saving this.
How should we use the passed D pawn? So I think it makes sense what Hikaru did. He started with King G7. I mean, in the end game, you want your king to take an active part in the game. I'm always if I'm in such a situation, I'm not sure if that D pawn, should I keep it back as much as possible or push it forward as much as I can? What do we do with that pawn?
It's a good question. I think White should try to force this pawn forward. Because if this pawn moves forward, then the pawn will be blocking the bishop's diagonal. I think. I'm not sure about anything anymore. Because this has become a really difficult endgame, despite there almost being no pieces left on the board.
Maybe one thing, I don't know if it might become relevant, but one thing that's important to note is that the white H pawn is not matching the color of H8. So because white has a light squared bishop. So if Hikaru, we might see some scenario, which is in a distant future for now, but where Hikaru could potentially sacrifice his bishop for the G and F pawns if the rooks come off. But yeah, as I say, that's still quite far away.
And it's worth noting that if the two rooks are traded at any point right now, that means it's an instant draw. If the rooks are traded, there's absolutely no chance for white to win the game because the black king is doing such a good job. It will be able to stop all three of these white pawns. Hikaru coming up with the rook, attacking the back pawn on G3, forcing the white king forward. The white king now be blocking its own pawn, which is a problem because you preferably want to get that pawn forward to get a new queen. I'm starting to think that the white player is going to go for checkmate instead. Is he going to try to move the king up and then try and get some kind of threat against this black king?
I think that would be so nice if it weren't for the fact that Hikaru's bishop is, for now at least, keeping a firm eye on that square on A7. So I think if white wanted to do that, he would have to first maybe play rook B2 and try and infiltrate on the light squares. The question is, as white, you have to be very sure that there is a mate in the end, because if you lose the G3 pawn, the G3 pawn is the base of F4. So you can only really go for that plan if you are certain that there is a checkmate. And with only 2 minutes on the clock, not so easy to figure that out.
Yeah, and now look at this. Hikaru has a plan for his pawn. Look at the way Hikaru has positioned his pieces. The bishop is controlling the D4 square. The rook is controlling the D3 square. The bishop is controlling the D2 square. That means there's a free path for that pawn to just push its way forward, trying to become a new queen. And by doing that, it will also distract the white pieces trying to win this game into going for defense instead.
If I have to say, if I'm white here, I'm already starting to think, okay, how do I just, make a draw, because you want to make sure. And this is exactly what I talked about earlier. Time and time again, we have seen Hikaru not just hold these positions, but win them. And you have to be, I'm serious, you have to be careful as white now not to overpress, because if that pawn suddenly lands on D2, there could be trouble. So he brings the king back to E4. And now, do we just bring our own king, which seems to make sense? It looks like there's maybe no way to keep pushing the pawn for now, but king f6.
Yeah, king f6, definitely an idea, and it is the one Hikaru goes for. I was thinking maybe I can move my rook down and across, trying to make a trade with the white rook. But Hikaru opts for just improving the king positioning. White should probably now get their rook over to the other side, trying to attack from the side of the board. But the problem of moving your rook here is that now the G1 square is available for Black's bishop. So now Hikaru can move this bishop away while the bishop is still protecting its own pawn, and then try and continue this path forward with the pawn.
If you go bishop G1, are you worried about G4?
I guess I'm worried about a lot of things. So the question is whether these threats you create with the pawn moving forward, if those can compensate for the threats white is going to make, because white also has some stuff going on here with their own pawn trying to make its way down the board.
There's actually no need for G4, that f-pawn by itself, because I wanted to support the f-pawn, but the f-pawn just runs on its own. Okay, so this looks like
this was
problem.
Checkmate. So that turns out my move very, very bad. Hikaru instead tries to go with the bishop to c1, which means the bishop is now not protecting the d4 pawn, but if this pawn is captured, the rook will capture the white pawn thereafter. The question now is, what about this same plan? What if white now gives the check with the rook? He has done so. And now another check on this black king. I think the idea is just to repeat moves. No, Hikaru moves his king voluntarily back down. This is not good for Hikaru, that he had to move his king all the way back. Now this white pawn can come into play, and we can get a similar situation as the one we saw earlier. Pawn to f5 is a possibility right now. And if Hikaru then tries to capture the white pawn, there will be a checkmating attack here with the bishop controlling, together with the pawn, all the squares in front of Black's king, and with the white rook coming thereafter to make that back rank checkmate.
So
is this what we're going to see? No.
G4. By the way, we briefly saw Magnus kibitzing there. A lot of people gathered around Hikaru's board. Magnus has won his first round game against Teresa Hakian. So let's see, G4. So Tabatabai trying to use all of his kingside pawns. The question is, if we're Hikaru now... Okay, Hikaru's just using that D pawn.
And this is what Fiona was talking about earlier, that you have to be careful as white as well, because there is a threat in Black's position. And look at the time situation. White is down to just 10 seconds on the clock. The rook comes in trying to stop this pawn, but this pawn can just continue further forward. Or if Hikaru wants to play it safe, maybe he should try and eliminate one of these white pawns now.
Yeah, I would probably try and... No, Hikaru goes for d2. I was just going to say I would probably play it safe, take one of those pawns. So what is going on now? G5?
I am not sure. This is very, very sketchy. Maybe for both players. If this pawn is captured, then the next pawn will continue forward. And I think, to me, this feels like it should be winning for white somehow. I would be very scared to capture this pawn. But on the other hand, if I don't capture that pawn, then white's pawn will capture mine. Hikaru opts for the check with the rook. Which means the
king cannot step to the d file. Otherwise, we would get a queen. So the king has to... Yeah, e5 looks like a logical
But can
square.
Hikaru now come with his bishop to blockade this white rook from stopping the pawn?
I love this. Why not bishop b2?
Well, maybe we're getting checkmated. That could be a reason not to do it. Also, Hikaru has the option here to get a new queen, and then his bishop will capture both of these pawns. No, Hikaru goes for the win. Hikaru is trying to win this game at the buzzer. Hikaru chooses to avoid the lines that were giving an easy draw. Instead, Hikaru now trying to create a situation where this black pawn can go in and become a new queen. There is a draw available here if you trade the rooks and then move the bishop back. That is what the Iranian player chooses to go for. This game will end in a draw, but it was thrilling throughout. And fantastic defense from Hikaru, getting back from what was a very, very good opening preparation from
What an incredible save for Hikaru. And I almost feel like he might be disappointed in the end anyway, you know. Oh, that deep pawn was so close. But I know this is headed to a draw now. And yeah, what a save. I mean, Tabatabai is going to be kicking himself because on this top GM level, it happens so rarely. I mean, at the elite level, that you just get a winning position out of your preparation, and to not convert those, it hurts because, you know, you spent all this time preparing, looking at those lines. It worked perfectly, and in the end, you can't make it count.
Yeah. So we talked about earlier.
And there's the handshake. Sorry,
yeah.
they did agree a draw.
So without the rooks, there's no way to get through. So even though this white pawn can continue forward, this white pawn cannot pass the square of the king because there's no white piece that can kick the king away. And likewise, there's no white piece that can kick this bishop away. So these two white pawns is not going anywhere because black's pieces can easily blockade, and because white has a bishop on the light squares while black has a bishop on the dark squares, white cannot challenge and push the black king and bishop away. That's why the game ends in a draw. And that was a fantastic start to this World Championship.
Absolutely. We saw the players there. They are still at the board. I see someone in the chat was asking, I wonder what they are chatting about. I think they're chatting probably about some moment earlier in the middle game. I don't think they are chatting about this endgame here or even a few moves ago. Probably something, you know, maybe when this rook b7 or queen b7, maybe the queen's still off or shortly after that in general. But yeah, great to see the players have a chat. And maybe we can quickly go to board 2, where Richard Report, well, he's actually doing very, very well. Maybe did he just win his game? No, there he is. So that's another bishop endgame, but this time same color bishop endings with trackstar white pawns for Richard Report and John Ludwig. I believe those 3 pawns look pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you're able to stop this black pawn first. Now, if white were to move their pawn forward at this moment, white would actually land themselves in trouble because black was trying to make a trade of bishops. Now, the white king is the appropriate amount away from this black pawn. The thing to watch out for now is the black bishop trying to attack these white pawns on the light squares. So Rapport, he wisely chooses to push his pawns to a dark square instead. And now he's just going to take this black pawn and then work his king back afterwards.
Yeah,
no, actually, it's not so clear because black has a path for the king moving forward as well.
What if I go bishop? Okay.
Yeah, so now king f4, bishop e4. Bishop e4 followed by g4. All the white pawns are defended, and that's going to be a no. Never mind.
So what you were thinking, King G3?
So now King G3 would attack 2 pawns at the same time. However, if the king moves forward, the white pawn on the side will start running. So that's why black chooses to go back with the bishop now controlling the h5 square, making sure that this pawn cannot run away.
But it feels like, I mean, easier said than done for me here, of course. I was going to say, it feels like we can give up 1 pawn, but maybe if we lose G2, that's just too much.
Yeah. So maybe... No, because the thing, you get a little bit stuck as well. Okay, King D4 on the board. King will move up, and then King moves up. Yes, brilliant play from... King will move here. And if you take this one, the white king will be able to defend their pawns. However, what happens if you take this pawn? Black may actually survive this.
It's incredible.
Okay, bishop here.
Yeah, he's not in a rush to take, or is he?
I don't know.
So what now? F4?
Like, yeah, bishop e4 kind of makes sense. And then if takes here, you just move the king over. Yeah, that's easy. Okay, so it turns out even with three pawns more, chess can be difficult. But Rickard Rapport, he gets there in the end. I am now convinced that this will be a win for white. He gives away 1 of the pawns, but he does not give away 2. His king is close enough to get involved in this whole situation. And yes, here we see the pawns start running, and this pawn has a free path all the way down to becoming a new queen. And white is going to win the game.
But Vahidov really put up great resistance. Of course, Vahidov, one of the members of the gold-winning Olympiad team of Uzbekistan this year. I think there was a bit of confusion at some point. Is Abdusattorov defending his title? He is. Indeed, he has won his first round game against Denis Kadrich. And Abdusattorov, if I'm not mistaken, John Ludwig, he just a couple of days ago won the Fugar-Gashimov Memorial.
Yeah, and that was a rapid tournament. So he's really showcasing his rapid prowess. Well, no surprise there. He is the reigning world champion. And is going to defend his title. Also in the running for that world championship title is Rickard Rapport, who now just has been confirmed as the winner of this game, with the white king controlling all the squares the pawn needed to get across.
Very nice. As far as I can see, there's only a couple games going. The highest one I can see that's still going is on board 13. Denis Makhnev against Sabino Brunello. Let's see if we can find, that's a queen ending. So it might be... oh, we could also look at that, actually.
Yeah, no, I think it was just...
okay.
It wasn't going on, I think. I have no games going on my screen.
Okay.
Here's something.
Oh.
Argentari. No, this one is over as well.
Okay, can we control, because this Makhnev against Brunello, I'm pretty sure is still going. It's a lot of boards, and I believe all the games are being broadcast live. So let's just see if we scroll to the end. Will we find it? There it is, right under. Yeah.
Found it in the end. A lot of scrolling needed, but we got there. And this game is on move 83, which is why it's still not over. Black is down a pawn, but on the other hand, black also has a pawn 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And they do say that in queen endgames, it's not about how many pawns you have. It's about how which pawn is closest to becoming a new queen. And white will have to make a repetition of moves here in order to avoid the black pawn from queening.
Yeah, and I believe here with the kings being so open that this should somehow just end in a perpetual. Although, what is this queen c6 now? So if the queens come off,
no, very, very strange play from black here. Black could have just pushed the pawn forward, and it probably would have been a draw. Instead, by placing the king and queen on the same diagonal, black was inviting some repetition of moves or something. Right now, white has captured another pawn, but the black king is in the clear. So the white queen can check this king in perpetuity, but the queen alone cannot give checkmate. So the question now is only whether or not black will be able to get a new queen, or whether white will be able to give lots of checks on this king. And actually, this king has a hiding spot. This king has a hiding spot on f2. If the king gets to the f2 square, this is going to be a win for black. And actually, the king is headed in that direction. As we were talking about, it's not about who has more pawns. White is up a pawn in this situation. But the most dangerous pawn is this guy, 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. We thought that the black king could not get away from the checks from the white queen, but it turns out if the king goes all the way over to the other side of the board, it will find shelter among this pawn and queen.
Unbelievable. Macnef was the big rating underdog. Actually, we see on chess.com here that the ratings, which I believe are the classical ratings, are actually quite even. But in Rapid, there was quite a big difference. Sabino Brunello, who's rated over 2,700 in Rapid, and he is going to get that first round win.
Yeah, the eval bar is acting up right now. It says it went all the way white, but it definitely is checkmate. It's just not checkmate for white. It should be all black here because the black king has found its shelter, threatening checkmate from the queen in 2 different directions, in addition to helping the pawn further forward. And this will be a win for Sabino Brunello, and he gets a good start to this World Championship campaign.
Absolutely. Someone was asking how many games today. So today we'll look at five rounds, and the next round is scheduled to start in 10 minutes. That's probably not going to happen. I think we started with a small delay, but we'll after this game concludes, and it will conclude very, very shortly now, as the black king, the black pawn moves closer to conversion. There's also checkmate threats against the white king, so this one will be over in a sec. We will then go on a quick break and see what kind of Hikaru we get in round 2. Saving the draw, I believe, from the position he had against Sabatabai was an incredible achievement, and this game is over now. Still with white, Hikaru will desperately try to win, to bounce back and rejoin sort of the top group immediately. So that's going to be exciting to see. Maybe just very quickly before we break, a few words about there is also a women's, of course, World Rapid going on. That will be played same over 3 days, but only 11 rounds rather than 13. And the reigning world champion, she won the Rapid, if I'm not mistaken, Kostaniuk, she was actually held to a draw in the first round. So we'll also try to update you on what's going on over there. Also, Lagno lost the first round there, which is quite a big upset against Badelka. So we'll try and keep an eye on everything. But for now, we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be back with the round 2 action. Magnus Carlsen won his game. I had mentioned that earlier, but I should mention it again. So Magnus won his first round game, and we'll be back with round 2 very soon. So we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship. Round 2 pairings have just come out a second ago. Turns out when we left John Ludwig, there was still a game going on, which we hadn't caught, and that went on for a lot longer than we expected. But over to you. Maybe you can recap for those who might have just arrived what happened in Hikaru's first game against Amin.
Yeah, Hikaru with the black pieces tried to go for a solid opening. The Nimso Indian has a tremendous reputation for black, but the opponent from Iran was extremely well prepared, managed to catch Hikaru in some very scary stuff. And Hikaru landed out of the opening with a losing position, according to the chess engines. However, Hikaru's resilience stood tall, and he was able to claw his way back into the game, saving a draw. And as a result of that draw in the first round, Hikaru will now be playing a grandmaster from Belarus, Vladislav Kovalev. And in other notable pairings, Magnus Carlsen going up against none other than the chess bra, Eric Hansen.
Yeah, both of those will be great games to follow. For Hikaru, it continues. Okay, we talked about this tournament is so incredibly strong. There are no easy games anyway. But Vladislav Kovalev, he's a tough opponent. I think he's also quite good at the fast time controls. Of course, we will be following that game closely. Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces. He will be very eager to get the full point. And Magnus against Eric, of course, a big fan favorite. The two players know each other well, so things are heating up already at the top. I think what we are going to do is we are going to go on another short break just until the games come back. Maybe before we do that, John Ludwig, you can tell me your thoughts on Vladislav Kovalev as a player.
Like you said, I think he's somewhat of a speed chess specialist. On the other hand, as is Hikaru. And Hikaru now with the white pieces, that's going to make the opening much less of a problem. I have Hikaru as a significant favorite, but as it should be in a world championship, there are no easy games. So we're looking forward to it. The players are right now being informed in Kazakhstan, where this event is being held. They are now being informed of who they're going to be playing and where they're going to sit. And while the players find their seats, we're going to take a quick break.
Hello and welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship. We are just getting ready for round 2 here. Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces against Vladislav Kovalev from Belarus. Well, actually, I believe he has decided he plays under the FIDE flag. And I think on his own accord, if I'm not misremembering. John Ludwig, Hikaru drew the first round game. We expect him to really play for the win quite actively here in the second round.
Yeah, we do. And you mentioned, Fiona, that it can be a problem losing in the first round because it affects your tiebreak score. Essentially, if players end up on the same score, you're kind of judged based on how difficult your path to that score, how difficult that was. And let me tell you, we don't need to worry about Hikaru's tiebreak score at all. Kovalev is a talented and gifted speed chess player, and he's going to be scoring a lot of points in this tournament. So there's definitely no problem for Hikaru as the tiebreak scores go. However, Hikaru is now down half a point compared to some of the other top players, such as Magnus Carlsen. That has to be the priority now, trying to get a win and get a full point with the white pieces. And it must be said, Hikaru managing to save that first round game, a game where he was in tremendous trouble, that's so important. As long as he's within fighting distance of the top boards, he's definitely in the running to become this year's world champion.
Yeah, I was just going to say that as well. I think from an emotional point of view and a psychological point of view, saving that draw from a position which was really quite, let's just say it was completely lost. I think that's going to give you a boost. We saw there for a second that the players are indeed at the board. They must be getting ready to make their first moves. Do you want to take a guess as to what move Hikaru will open with?
No, not at all. Hikaru is one of those players who just knows every opening, and it's impossible to guess which direction they're going for. And wow, okay, out of nowhere, we got a ton of moves. The king pawn is Hikaru's chosen opening. He goes for the Spanish here initially. Both players here playing moves that have been tried for the past centuries. Bishop to e7, black getting ready to castle as well. Hikaru with the rook protecting in the center. Black pushing the pawn up, attacking the bishop. The bishop has to retreat. Kovalev then moving his pawn forward in the center, creating this defense of the pawns defending each other along that same diagonal. And Hikaru goes for an unusual move. So normally here you go for the move c3, but Hikaru instead pawn to a3, trying a different style of play, basically just trying to get the opponent out of their preparation. We saw in the previous game how dangerous it can be to be involved in your opponent's prep. But here, Hikaru is avoiding that easily by playing an unusual move on the side of the board.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm somewhat surprised that when I asked you to take a guess, I thought that we would see some kind of ready system, something very offbeat. But no, Hikaru going for the Ruy Lopez, probably the most played opening in the world. But then, taking it off the beaten path with a3. A3 is not a move that fights for the center. But what it does, first of all, it creates a retreating square for the bishop on b3. And it also kind of helps stop the black pawn storm if black eventually wants to try and take some ground with a5 and b4, for example. So after a3, Kovalev said, okay, I'm just going to castle, which is a completely logical move, just getting the king out of the center. And Hikaru plays d3. So I think already we can say, you were saying, c3 is a normal move, and then c3 often gets followed up by d4. and white playing in the center. So here Hikaru choosing a different setup.
Yeah, and look at this move from Kovalev, moving the knight back to where it came from. This is known as the Breyer variation of the Spanish. And essentially what Black is saying is that this knight was not optimally placed because it was blocking my pawn from getting involved. So this knight retreating is actually quite an aggressive move because it means you want to push your pawn forward afterwards. But Hikaru is the one to strike first. He moves his pawn 2 steps forward, challenging the black pawn on b5. And this is going to be a really interesting position. Personally, I play this Breyer system with the black pieces. So I quite like that black is being very aggressive with the pawns in the center of the board. That being said, Hikaru, with his knight now, will put additional pressure on that b5 pawn. And it's not so easy for Black to decide how to deal with that threat.
Yeah, so let's take a look. The pawn is under attack. I guess there's a few things that Black can do. First of all, Black can capture on c4 if he wants. It feels like that is something we don't want to do. It feels like that's just helping White. I guess White will recapture with the bishop to not get the bishop entombed.
And it's very important. Yeah, it's very important to capture with the bishop, not because the bishop is so well placed here, because you want to avoid a pawn being stuck there. So essentially the c4 square is a fantastic square because it's very difficult for Black's pawns to chase away a white piece located there. However, the bishop is not the optimal piece. In fact, what you want to do is get the knight maneuvered over to this square. And that's why now that after knight c3, Kovalev has chosen to capture, Hikaru takes back with the bishop, not because this bishop is so well placed, but because he knows that if you take back with a pawn, there's no chance of getting the knight to the c4 square. Whereas when you take with the bishop, you can, in the future, move your bishop back and then have that square available for the knight.
Absolutely. There's a question in the chat from Mido. He's asking, or they're asking, is f4 coming? I don't know. F4 is my favorite move in chess, but here, I'm not sure. What do you think, John Ludwig? Could it ever be a plan?
Yes, I think the answer is absolutely yes. I love that plan. Black's grip on the center here is very significant. And with 2 pawns working together towards the d4 square, one of the main ways we can challenge that control is by having a flank pawn come in from the side and putting pressure that way. So pawn to f4, I think, is an excellent plan and is something we will see Hikaru looking for in the future. First off, Hikaru is choosing to trade his bishop for this black knight. Now, normally I'm a huge fan of the bishop pair, but Hikaru is saying here that this knight is keeping control of the d5 square, and therefore it may be beneficial to make this trade.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Hikaru has not captured yet on f6. I also felt that was the idea behind going to g5. If he's still thinking, is there anything to be said for bishop h4?
Yes, bishop h4 is the alternative. And there is a certain logic to it, basically that you're just finding the right moment to make this trade. Regardless of what Hikaru chooses, whether he chooses to trade or whether he chooses to retreat, he has chosen the former. The plan of f4 is now scrapped. This plan, pawn to f4, no longer viable because the white position has lost control of the dark squares. When Hikaru chose to move this bishop up and make the trade, Hikaru lost control of for instance, this diagonal here, all dark squares. And at this point, if you move the pawn up, that would just allow black to make a favorable trade, moving this pawn away, which opens up for the bishop. So the plan Hikaru has chosen now much more revolves around the square d5.
So first of all, we have to well, I was going to say, well, first of all, we have to deal with the pawn on b2, which is under attack. But this is one way of dealing it. We don't defend the pawn, but instead we counterattack the black camp, those two, well, the piece, the knight on c6 that John just highlighted, and the pawn on a6 are now both under attack. So black needs to do something about the knight on c6 first. Does black... I'm just thinking to myself, does black jump? Do we ever want to jump to d4? Do we want to defend the knight? There's a lot of ways in which to defend the knight.
Yeah, so to take your first question, do we want to jump to d4? Yes, we absolutely do want that. But we don't want to do it while the white knight is there to make a trade. Because then we get stuck with a pawn in what was a beautiful outpost for the black pieces. So we only want, after this queen a4 making the threat, we only want to move forward after we kicked this defensive knight away. And that's why Hikaru is being very smart about attacking here immediately, because he understands long-term, black actually had quite a good position with the bishop coming up and eliminating this important defender. But by striking immediately, Hikaru now forces black into moving the bishop to a defensive position, after which the bishop will not be able to take out the important f3 knight.
Is there any way we can then defend the knight in another ways? Queen e8 isn't an option because the queen needs to, I guess, keep an eye on the bishop on f6.
This knight is kind of short on squares.
Yeah.
So, to be honest, I did not like Hikaru's kind of plan here in the opening. But this queen a4 move has turned me around a little bit. And these two threats against the black pawn and against the black knight, it's impossible to stop both threats in one move. And that has given Hikaru the initiative here.
Yeah, and also this time the lead on the clock. It was actually very unusual in the first game to see Hikaru be down on time so much. And yeah, it's a difficult decision already for Kovalev. It looks like bishop d7 is the most logical, but it's also not exactly what you want. I don't think it's any major problems yet for black, but definitely an unpleasant choice to make already.
I see a suggestion in chat from just another chatter, which is not me being rude. That was actually the username. And they suggest bishop to b7. So the advantage of this move would be that now you protect both the threats being made. However, how do you then justify moving the rook here to the b8 square on the previous move, now that you follow up by blocking that rook with your own bishop? Well, the thing is, you don't. That's why we dislike this move, because it doesn't work together with your previous move. So it's about making all the pieces work together the best you can. And bishop to b7 is not the way to do that, because it will then block the rook and its pressure down towards the b2 pawn.
Actually, did we look at knight a5? No, and I think we did not. And knight a5 has just been played.
Clever move.
Yeah.
But now if Hikaru wants, he can make a trade knight for bishop. Now, we've been talking about how this knight is so well placed. There are no black pawns that can position themselves to attack this knight, which means that the knight is not easily dislodged. And this bishop is being blocked by its own pawn. So you would think this bishop is very, very bad. And despite that, having a good knight versus a bad bishop, we still may want to make that trade because the queen is now overloaded. It has two defensive tasks at the same time, both charged with protecting the knight and protecting the bishop. And in order to keep the protection of the knight, the pawn will have to recapture, after which the black king is not feeling as safe with the opening in front of it.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying, okay, so let's go back and let's try and find alternatives for Hikaru. If not capture on f6. Well, the problem is, I guess, if we move the bishop, then b2 is hanging, and then that's not what we want. So does Hikaru just have to capture on f6?
I mean, not necessarily, but if he wants to keep his bishop that's under attack, the answer is yes. So there is an alternative here with pawn to b4, which is interesting. Because after pawn to b4 attacking the knight, there will be a trade with white's bishop. And then black has two bishop while white has two knights. Quite an unusual situation for a game. And in this occasion, I think it's pretty good for Hikaru because of this beautiful knight in the center. And as we were talking about, there's no pawns being able to kick out that knight anytime soon. So this is also a pretty decent way to play for Hikaru. In my opinion, there were two good choices here, both b4 and knight takes f6 good. And Hikaru chooses to make the capture on f6. Pawn recapture is opening up in front of this black king. And then Hikaru chooses to not defend the pawn on b2. Hikaru plays bishop d5. I'm loving this move. A pawn sacrifice from Hikaru here, allowing the rook to come down and capture one of these white pawns. But on the other hand, saying that the black knight is stuck on the side of the board, not contributing to this game at the moment. And Hikaru is saying, I welcome you to capture my pawn, because then I will challenge your rook and maybe try and gain control of this open file pointing down.
Very interesting pawn sacrifice by Hikaru. It hasn't been accepted yet by Kovalev, who must be a little bit wary that his piece is all going to become too awkward, a bit too out of the game. Instinctively, to me, it feels like we should take the pawn because those problems might remain true if we don't capture.
They might be even worse.
Yeah.
Because as long as this b pawn is on the board, there's potential for that pawn being the guy to capture the knight on the edge of the board. So like the knight is a bad piece, but it's going to be even worse if the pawn can easily come up and attack. So I think Kovalev simply has to accept this pawn sacrifice. And Hikaru, wow, what a move from Hikaru. Queen to d1. The queen returns to where she started, and she's aiming for this h5 square. I was wrong when I said Hikaru was going to try to take control of this file on the queen side. Hikaru is just going for the all-out attack. The knight going to h4, the queen coming up to h5, the knight then coming in from the edge of the board thereafter. Also, this queen is involved. No, the bishop is involved,
and the
pointing
rook
down. And the rook can get involved as well. Incredible stuff from Hikaru. This is looking very dangerous for Kovalev.
Yeah, so king h7, trying to prepare for the white assault, which I think is coming. So white already putting the king out of the g file, also protecting the pawn on h6. But I guess Hikaru will still continue with knight h4, because as far as I can see, there is no way to stop the queen from getting to h5.
Yeah, there is one issue. There's one issue.
What is the issue?
If Hikaru now goes knight h4, Kovalev can go f5.
Mm-hmm.
And he will sacrifice this pawn, allow it to be captured by white's knight, but then a trade is made. And then the black queen will enter the game as well. And then the question is, should this be prevented with the queen and the black rook being quite well placed in the following lines? That being said, look at the beast that is the bishop on d5. This bishop is doing a great job of restricting the knight on the side of the board, but it's also doing a magnificent job defending down towards your own king and attacking up towards the black king. This bishop is just the greatest piece on the board. And that's probably why Hikaru has chosen to go for this pawn sacrifice, and why the computer in this position is saying that white has pretty much a winning advantage here, and that my counter pawn sacrifice is actually not a good idea for black. And if f5 is not a good idea, I'm going to say Hikaru definitely should continue his path with this knight forward.
John Ludwig, the chat is educating, I believe, you and me both, because I did not know this either. The bishop, the monster bishop that you were just highlighting on the board a second ago on d5, that was covering all the diagonals. Apparently, that's the wooden shield. I had heard of the wooden shield before, but I did not realize that's what it was. So thank you, chat. I believe a term coined by the streamer XQC, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really? I'm surprised you're able to make a generalization about such a bishop, because it's very rare that the bishop is able to be that active in every diagonal.
John Ludwig, I think you should not overestimate, XQC's chess terms he's coined. Let's just take it for what it is. Take it for the wooden shield it is, and move on.
No, but now I'm curious.
Not read too much into it.
No, but I'm curious. What makes this? Is it because it's got the 4 diagonals? Is that the thing?
I don't know, Chad.
I'm curious as to, I need to, in order to be able to use this term myself in the future, I need to understand what defines the wooden shield. Protected and active? Well, that's the funny thing about this bishop. In the line we were looking at, it actually wasn't protected, and it was a complete monster.
This definition here: middle of board, and 4 diagonals of death.
Yeah, okay. And Hikaru does go for this knight h4 move. He spent quite some time thinking about it, so I'm pretty sure he has considered the consequences of this temporary pawn sacrifice. Well, not temporary, giving back the pawn for black with the pawn f5. The idea of this move was to activate the queen, but I guess we kind of found out, because of the wooden shield on d5, being able to then defend down towards their own king,
Also,
that
John
counter
Ludwig,
pawn sacrifice is not something to be afraid of.
if you connect the diagonals, I'm taking this from chat. If you connect the diagonals, it makes a square with the bishop in the center, and it looks like a shield with a crest on it.
Connect the diagonals like this.
So there's our shield. Yeah, I guess so.
Or would it be look better if we did this?
Yeah, an even bigger shield. I like this. That's a proper shield right there.
Find the X, a little treasure hunt. F5 is on the board, played by Kovalev, trying to get his queen into the game. And Hikaru chooses not to capture this pawn.
Wow.
Hikaru instead using his queen to attack the black rook. I guess the threat on the rook does stop the threat on white's knight. Immediately, I'm thinking, what happens if you capture here? The rook is lost, but then there are some potential ideas of black being the one to attack down on white's king. The computer is not impressed with this idea, saying that white will easily defend against the threats. I think part of the problem here is that the knight on a5 is just completely out of play. It's unable to get back into the game. So therefore, Kovalev should move this rook that's being attacked.
And then the question is, where do we move that rook to? The rook has to retreat. I mean, there's only really 3 squares that are even available: b5, b6, and b8, unless I'm missing something, but I don't think so.
Well, let me give you a suggestion. Rook b3.
Oh, that's clever.
So it turns out, even though this square is being protected by the white bishop, it may still be used by black's pieces, seeing as how giving up the wooden shield would result in a traditional knight fork on the queen and on the rook. And the reason this is so good for black, it's not so much that there are being made trades, it's that white loses their strongest piece in the middle of the board, while black manages to get rid of the knight. Oh, and also I guess this guy is in trouble.
Yeah, suddenly,
that's not
okay.
good at
Rook
all.
b3 is actually very nice. I didn't see that, but that is a lovely square actually for the rook, working tactically.
The problem of putting the rook on b3 was that then you couldn't move the knight there. So we suddenly had a rush of moves. I'm going to go through it quickly. Okay, if I'm allowed to catch up with the moves not coming in. The rook retreats. Hikaru then captures the pawn. So now it's equal on number of pawns, but the reason for why Hikaru's move was a mistake with this queen moving to the side is because now the knight comes in with that threat on the queen and on the knight, meaning that the wooden shield, the bishop in the center that was so well placed, has had to exchange itself off for that knight on the edge of the board. And that's why Kovalev can be happy with the situation compared to what we had earlier. Hikaru is still for choice here with the white pieces. His queen is about to get a good square in the center of the board, and his rooks are going to be attacking down the B file. But compared to when Kovalev had to deal with this knight on the edge being bad and Hikaru's bishop in the center being excellent, that has been a good change for the Belarusian.
For sure. The chat is also devastated that the wooden shield is no more. As you were saying, I think, Hikaru is still slightly better, but for sure the position has changed. The nature of the position has changed a lot. So let's take a fresh look now at what the situation is. So each player has 6 pawns. But the pawn structures are all over the place. Actually, both players have 3 pawn islands, but that's where the similarities end between those pawns. Is one thing I'm wondering, John Ludwig, is could it still be a problem for black that the king is somewhat devoid of black pawns to protect it?
Definitely. That's one of the main features of the position right now. Black's king is poorly defended. And this is approaching something that is often called the 4th phase of the game. There's a chess book, an excellent one by Michal Mahin, who writes about the former world champions and their specific strengths on the chessboard. And one of the world champions, Alexander Alyekin, the chapter on him is called the 4th phase, because Alyekin, he was so good in situations where you had a rook and queen and lots of pawns, that those pieces were the only ones remaining. Because the thing is that it's so few pieces that it's not really what we call a middle game. But at the same time, with the queen and rook, these are quite strong attacking pieces. So it's not really an end game. Often we say in the end game, it's not so much about the king's safety, but in this 4th phase of the game, Alyekin's specialty with the queen and rook, king safety is very much an important part of it. And here, black's king safety is way worse than white's. The white king here having no more than 4 pawns to protect itself, while the black king only has 2. So I'm still liking Hikaru's position. It's just that it was even better with that shield in the middle.
Absolutely. There is king safety. There's also the time situation. Kovalev down to just 2 minutes now. So after he dropped the rook back to b5, Hikaru attacked the rook with a4. And now rook b4. The white queen is going to have to move. I can't really... Oh, there was a pawn. I didn't even see that pawn on a6. What happened there?
Yeah, the queen is lured out on the edge of the board. Kovalev for a well, actually, previously it was Hikaru sacrificing a pawn. Now it's Kovalev sacrificing. So the problem of this for white is that the queen is now pretty offside and not able to contribute effectively. However, at the same time, look at this pawn on a4. This pawn now has a clear path forward, trying to become a new queen. And I think that's going to be Hikaru's strategy here. I'm expecting the move a5 from Hikaru, just trying to get that pawn closer to the promised land.
I guess one thing we have to watch out for as white is our queen currently has no squares it can go to. I'm just trying to see, is there any way I can trap that queen as black? If I could play rook a8, the queen would be gone. So I'm trying to figure out, is there a way I can prepare that? But I don't quite see how I can arrange it without giving up the control of one of the squares.
Actually, I've discovered a problem. The move rook c8. So if Hikaru tries my plan of pawn to a5, this is going to be a draw.
Because of
after rook c8. And then with Hikaru trying to make some trades with this black rook, white can just oh no, I was going to say the rook can just follow the queen, but the queen gets out. The queen gets out. Yes, I'm going to say winning situation for Hikaru. I don't see how Kovalev is going to manage to deal with this pawn in the long term. We've got some new moves. Hikaru challenging the black rook, the other black rook coming in to defend. There is a trade on the side of the board, and Kovalev now making the consideration whether he should capture back this white rook with his pawn. I'm not sure I like this trade for Hikaru, because Kovalev has managed to do what Hikaru already was doing. Kovalev now has the option of getting a pawn for himself, trying to become a new queen.
So you think he should take with the pawn to generate that counterplay?
Yes, absolutely. I think if you capture back with the rook here, I do think the white pawn at some point will be able to come forward and be just a force you cannot deal with. Kovalev does capture back with the pawn. Now, this guy is such a force. And yeah, I'm not sure how Hikaru is going to be able to win this situation now. Well, first of all, I think he will have to move his rook to put some pressure on this black pawn making its way forward. Yeah, I'm struggling to see how Hikaru can deal with this. I will say, though, Hikaru has more than double the time of his opponent, and Hikaru is up a pawn. So he's definitely better, but it looks difficult to win, in my opinion.
I'm just wondering, can I play, is an idea like d4 ever a move just to give up one more pawn? My idea is to bring the queen back to d3, where we can both help stop the b pawn, but yeah, also look down at the king on h7.
Yeah, no, an interesting move. That was really interesting. Hikaru instead, I think I saw.
Yeah, I also put,
Queen c4 on the board. Now Kovalev should push. Actually, Kovalev might be tempted to capture a pawn of his own, but then Hikaru can go with the queen to attack the rook. Okay, Kovalev has captured the pawn. I'm assuming Hikaru now wants to. No, Hikaru can't really do that.
What if we just run the a pawn?
Yeah, if queen goes up to attack both the rook and the pawn, then Hikaru will win back a pawn. But on the other hand, this guy is coming, this guy is coming, this guy is coming. It's just too many threats against the white position. So Hikaru wisely decides to push his pawn on the side. Both players now with a pawn making its way down the board.
Yeah, so this is turning into some kind of race. A5. So, and one thing maybe to note finally is that white needs to be a little bit careful about back rank issues. So if there was, for example, if there was no black pawn on e5 right now, no, I'm hallucinating. If there was no pawn on e5 and no pawn on b4. Okay, back rank issues aren't an issue for now, but it's something to bear in mind for the future. They could become. Let's pretend the last 20 seconds never happened and see what happens if black just keeps pushing his own b pawn.
Yeah, that definitely feels like the right move, and it is the one chosen by Kovalev. I got some bad news for the Hikaru fans. I don't see how he's going to win this. Hikaru now will have to move his rook to the side, try and stop this black pawn from advancing further. But then the black queen can try and make a trade with the white queen. And that looks quite solid for black, in my opinion. On the other hand, Kovalev down to just 1 minute on the clock. It's so easy to make a mistake when you're low on time. That being said, wow, yeah, there's also some problems with the black pawn just running away with it and actually becoming a new queen. The computer engine has been a bit malfunctioning on my board, which is why the eval bar has been acting out. But now I see that the computer is suggesting some ideas where this pawn advances and then the queen tries to get in behind white's pieces.
And finally, my back rank mate comes.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I don't understand why you were so hard on yourself. That it was the back.
There were so many pawns in the way that I suddenly got rattled. But yeah.
Yeah, but the back rank idea is just alive all the way. For instance, if Hikaru wanted to try and play it safe by playing queen e4, trying to make a trade between the queens, the trade actually leads to a losing position for Hikaru, because when the pawn comes forward, attacks the rook, and the rook blockades the pawn, here the back rank decides the game with the black rook stepping to the side, trying to get to the c1 square. Yes, Hikaru is able to take out the pawn, but then the back rank checkmate ends the game. So Hikaru has to be careful, because this black pawn is closer to becoming a new queen than the white pawn. Hikaru uses his rook, trying to blockade, also trying to capture. The black pawn now just one step away from becoming a new queen. I assume Hikaru here will move his queen back to try and take out this pawn ASAP.
So what happens if Hikaru plays queen c2 or queen a2? I don't know if it's more important to go to c2 and keep an eye on d3, or if it's more important to go to a2 and sort of stay behind our a pawn.
I think queen c2 makes most sense, and that is also the move Hikaru has made. Hikaru plays queen c2, but the computer engines say that queen c8 is now a winning position for black, but Kovalev only has 30 seconds left, and making that queen retreat looks very tricky to me. It will be a winning move if Kovalev finds it, and he does find it. Amazing play by Kovalev. This pawn is such a danger to white's situation. That being said, I don't see how Hikaru is going to lose this. Okay, for now, this pawn is protected. Hikaru needs to push a pawn up on the side of the board. He needs to create some lift for his king to get out of dodge. I think that should be fine, though. I don't see why the computer is so excited on Kovalev's behalf. Ooh, I guess the queen could try to get towards that white rook by going along the side of the board. Hikaru definitely needs to create some space for his king, but he also needs to prevent this queen from entering into the heart of the position. I think what Hikaru should do here is move the queen back where she came from. By doing that, Hikaru will stop this threat of the queen joining the party, and then he needs to get the king away.
But what's the big deal even? So let's say I go h4, you go queen b3, and once you get to a2, I just defend. Okay, let's say, yeah. And if I go queen d1 or queen c2?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I may have been exaggerating how dangerous this was. Your line makes a lot of sense, Fiona. Yes, so that's not a big problem. We do not need to be so scared of that. That being said, there's definitely something Hikaru is scared by here, because he's now lower on time than Kovalev for the first moment in this entire game. So there is a problem here. I'm just not seeing what it is.
Yeah, so queen b3 looks so natural. I'm not even sure. I can't even think of any other plans, because the two black pieces have to stay on the b file to protect the b pawn.
I'm trying to refresh the board. The clock on Hikaru is down to 0. I'm refreshing my screen, trying to see, has there come any new moves? We do not have the moves. Draw. The board says draw.
It looks like Kovalev accompanied his last move, queen b7, with a draw offer, which we don't get to see so often in the fast time controls.
And this is why draw offers should be banned. If you were not allowed to make a draw, there's no way this game would have ended at the height of its tension. But Kovalev, having had a bad position out of the opening, he's like, oh, I'm playing against Hikaru Nakamura. I will be happy if this ends in a draw. And Hikaru, understanding that he was in some serious trouble at this point, with the black pawn just one square away from becoming a new queen, Hikaru says, yes, I will take the draw. I'm not happy with how this game has progressed. I'm happy to bail out and exploit your unnecessary respect for me. And this is when it really works out being Hikaru Nakamura. Can you imagine Kovalev offering a draw to me when he has a pawn just one square away from queening? There's no shot. He's never going to do that. But against Hikaru Nakamura, a player, I saw Shadok in the chat actually saying that in the last 30 Blitz games, these two have played against each other. Kovalev has only scored 3.5 points out of 30 games. Hikaru has completely destroyed this man in Internet Blitz. And because of that internet prowess, Kovalev is so scared playing against Hikaru, he decides to offer a draw in a really exciting position. And I think it was sensible by Hikaru to accept that offer.
Funnily enough, at the end of this, all this explanation, suddenly the eval bar comes back to life out of nowhere. And it tells us 0-0.
Yeah, actually, the computer is saying that the best move is indeed to go h4 and that it may be an equal position after all. I will, however, say that Black's position was definitely the easier to handle, considering that the pawn was only one square away from becoming a new queen.
Absolutely, I agree with you. John Ludwig, I'm going to take you to board 4 of this tournament, where I think we have a big upset in the making. Aravind, with the white pieces, is playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it looks like he's a piece up.
Yeah. White has a knight. Black does not have a knight. Jan Nepomniachtchi is in trouble.
So does he have anything for the piece? So let's see. His last move was rook takes b2. So it's white to move. I mean, I just want to go and grab that pawn on d5 and just say, I'm up a full piece. Black doesn't even have a single pawn. Maybe this is just over. I mean, there's
actually, I'm seeing the clocks are zeros for Aravind, the youngster from India. And to me, this kind of suggests that the game is probably over, that maybe Nepomniachtchi has resigned. Because what are the odds of White losing on time here?
Okay, there's a very interesting game going on on the next board, board 5, Martirosyan against Karana.
So we're gonna say that probably that game has already finished and Nepomniachtchi has indeed lost, which means Nepomniachtchi on 1 point, the same score as Hikaru.
And here we have Fabiano playing with the black pieces. White has 3 pawns for the bishop. What are your first thoughts on the position, John Ludwig?
I'm thinking White is definitely better because they have all the pawns in exchange for a bishop. But it's very likely that this ends in a draw.
So
yeah, definitely a draw.
Definitely a draw. You're very confident. Would you rather play the white side or the black side of this draw?
White. So worst case scenario, White can probably make a draw here, even if you lose a pawn. But well, as is, there's not really much happening here, in my opinion. It's like you have some vague hope that you can push your pawns up in a threatening way, but no, I think it's going to be a draw in the end. Ooh, interesting by Fabiano offering the rook trade.
Wow,
that wouldn't be my go-to move.
Yeah, you would keep rooks on if you were black, but White also wants to. Both players, White wants to keep the rooks on as well.
Yeah, so I guess what Fabiano is saying, that if the rooks are traded, it's an easy draw. And so by avoiding the rook trade, White is trying to go for the win.
Very interesting. Just we will stick with this game. Just to let you guys in the chat know, Magnus Carlsen has won his game on board 1 against Eric Hansen. On board 3, Duda beat Rauf Mamedov as black. A lot of decisive results on the top board. So we'll see what this one brings. So bishop d3. What do you do as white? Where do you keep the rook? Do you want to keep it on the second rank? Do you want to keep it?
Keep it defending your furthest, the pawn that's the furthest back. So right now, this pawn is keeping the pawn chain. But look at this. Once again, Caruana going for the rook trade, and this time white cannot avoid it, I think. Because if this rook now moves away, you start facing a problem of the rook and bishop working together, making threats against the base of the pawn chain. This is what we call this one. It's the base because this is the one protecting further up. Fabiano then manages to get those rooks traded off. White will try now to win with 3 pawns against 1 bishop. But based on Fabiano's play so far, he feels pretty confident that this is going to be a draw. G4 now, and then I guess maybe trade. I mean, I would not be as confident as Fabiano is that this is an easy draw, but he seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I would be scared as black, but I feel like Fabi, from the way he's been playing this endgame, I agree with you, very, very confident that this is a draw. I just wanted to quickly mention, I see a lot of the chat, of course, are talking about what happens if Magnus plays Hans. They are both in the same tournament for the first time since the Sinkfield Cup and that online, I can't remember the name of the online tournament where Magnus threw the game. Magnus was actually interviewed by Norwegian TV after the first game, and he was asked what would happen if he played Hans, and Magnus responded with, "We'll see." So we shall see indeed whether they get paired at all, and what will happen in that situation. Hans Niemann coming. We were also talking about Tabata Bay coming off a great result in Sitges. So is Hans Niemann. So he'll be feeling confident. Meanwhile, in the end game, are we already seeing why it was just impossible to make progress?
Yeah. So Fabiano, well placed, put the bishop in front of the pawns. The pawns couldn't progress. And now it's a draw. You cannot win with a lone bishop. So this situation, Fabiano managed to put his bishop to block this pawn. He had the king to block the other pawn. And when the third pawn advanced, the king was in a position to capture. And so all the pawns disappear off the board. And there's no more material to give checkmate. The game ends in a draw.
I'm trying to find an exciting game for us to go to. There's an interesting endgame going on between Jordan van Foreest on board 13 against...
Wait, how did you say that?
Jordan van Foreest?
You speak some Dutch, right?
I don't speak Dutch, but I've asked Jordan about it a million times. How do you say it?
Well, I say Van Forest.
Yeah, that's not correct.
But in Dutch, the V is an F, right?
This I'm not sure, but for sure it's not Forest because there's 2 E's, so that's like A. Fun. Okay. I don't think the V is an F.
Okay. Well, what game did you want? I just put on a Rapport game.
Yeah, this was the one I wanted to avoid at all costs, Jean-Luc.
Okay.
I wanted Fun Forest.
Yes. Fun Forest. Forest. I'm trying to find it. I should Google it, or rather, Fun for.
Where is it not appearing?
Where is he?
At the top, no? There he is. There he is. Yeah.
Okay. I found the game you were looking for.
Well done.
What is happening? There's a pawn trying to become a new queen. There's another pawn trying to become a new queen. Ooh. And there's a rook trying to capture one of the pawns becoming a new queen. Ooh, that's a big move. Black. Wow, Black sacrificing their bishop to avoid that the rook comes over to capture the pawn. What a move from Black, allowing White to put the bishop, but also allowing White to push the pawn. I would push the pawn probably. No, wait. I have no idea what's going on. And maybe our Dutch friend can figure it out because he actually has more than 2 minutes remaining here. The pawn does come forward. This pawn now threatening to give a check on Black's king, in which case the king would be forced back. If now Black tries to move their pawn forward, then the pawn moves forward, check, king moves, and then we allow Black to get a new queen because we see that when we capture the bishop, even though the opponent gets a queen, we come in with the rook thereafter, forcing the king to move. And when the king moves, we take out the queen. So instead, after this e6 move, Black is forced to try and stop this pawn from progressing. Von Forest then, with his bishop threatening, together with his rook, captures, but then what about this guy?
When it needs to be captured, I guess, or
yeah. So White is going to have to give back the bishop, and then rook here. That strikes me as an awful move, but why would you not put your king in front of your pawn? Okay, endgame's not really my strong suit. Rook a8 has been played, putting pressure on this pawn and also making sure that you will get your king in front of your pawn in the near future. Right now, this king is poorly placed because it's blocking its own pawn. However, it's also well placed because there's no good way for the Black rook to now give checks on this king. The white pawn doing actually a good job protecting the king from the rook.
And rook b2. I mean, I feel like this is going to, once Black captures the pawn on a6, it's just a very well-known rook ending, right? Or not?
Yes. Well, rook ending, a grandmaster like myself definitely should know. But I have no idea, unfortunately. This feels like a big mistake for me. I do not like this move. Oh, I do like that move, though. That was clever. Okay, but then, so the rook has to go back. Yes. Okay, so the rook has to go back.
Chat is a surprise. Your GM and games aren't your strong suit.
Well, to be fair, even Magnus Carlsen lost this something similar with the Black pieces. So I'm probably, when I say it's not my strong suit, I'm probably better than chat. But not as good relative to the level I should be at. Rook h2, that definitely feels wrong.
But rook endings are also so hard. Even the ones that are theoretical, that these players will have seen so many times. I mean, time and time again, we see grandmasters, even super grandmasters, especially at the fast time controls, just lose control over those.
Well, now Jordan made a mistake because he allowed Black to get this back rank defense. And normally when you have this rook on what is known as the short side, the same side of the board as this pawn, normally you lose. But because Jordan cannot move his rook around because of this Black pawn blockading, Black will be able to make a draw here. Because after rook takes a6, then rook b8, the rook gets over to the right side of the board. and that should be a draw. Yes, this is now an easy draw. Rook here. Yes, rook
And
here.
there's just no way.
Rook here, and then rook here.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, whenever this white rook leaves the A file, then the black rook will take over to create maximum distance between the rook and the king in order to give checks in from the side.
But was there a win for Jordan at some point?
Possibly. Okay, so
Hey,
now
he's still
rook
trying.
A8. Yeah, but now rook A8 should be easy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
we
so
have the maximum checking distance. Yeah,
it looks like this one is headed for a draw now. Aravind against Nepomniachtchi was a draw in the end. Oh my goodness. It looks like when we...
But did the relay kind of shut down? Because we weren't getting any moves.
Yeah, it just got stuck because the game continued after rook b2. It actually continued for another 50 moves. And Aravind was not able to convert his extra piece, which is quite shocking, I guess. But again, it's the effect these strong players have, and they're just so resilient and they never give up. So that game was a draw, as was Martirosyan against Karana, which we saw. On board 2, Syugirov against Rapport, that bishop and rook against rook was also a draw. So top 11, that's all finished. We still have this game going that we are looking at right now.
But this one is going to be a draw. The black rook coming in to attack the pawn. Oh my God. Wow. Fun Forest wins it. I cannot believe it. That is some of the worst play I have ever seen from a grandmaster. The black player plays rook e8. That's correct. The king moves back, but now he needs to go back to the side with the rook to create these checks from the side. And he chooses not to do so, and Fun Forest wins the game. Rook a1, an excellent move, because what has happened now is that first the rook kicks the king away from this white pawn. Then the rook tries to sacrifice itself to the black rook. And now if the black rook moves over, the king will follow. The rook has to move away. The king now trying to help the pawn forward. And then the rook will be able to chase that king back so that the pawn can queen on its own. That is a horrendous mistake by the black player.
And we actually see the camera footage of the two players now, and it is clear that the black players at Sidipov has already noticed his mistake. He's shaking his head in disbelief because he had done all the hard work to save this. And now it's all gone. He has built up a little bit of time, but just enough to understand the position is lost. But now we have this endgame, queen against rook, which is not that easy to win, John Ludwig.
Not that easy to win against a computer engine. You can try for yourselves. Chess.com does have features where you can play queen against a rook against the perfect defense. It's nearly impossible to win with a queen versus rook against a computer. However, in human play, it's extremely easy. And that's the way to defend here is known as the third rank defense. You need to move your rook back and kind of defend here in front of your king. The problem is when you're a human player, you're so scared to have your rook undefended on the side of the board. So you end up moving your rook over, and when you do so, you lose the game. So now already this is very easy. So there's some kind of trick where you can keep your rook on the side of the board, and somehow that's supposed to make it very difficult for the queen to win. But in human play, humans cannot leave that rook undefended on the side with just seconds remaining. And here the white king is able to get in and get the win.
So how do we? Okay, Euron gives the check on e4.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how. Ooh, look at this. He basically just stands still with the queen in the middle of the board, forcing a black to make a move, saying that every black move will deteriorate the position. Clever play here from Van Forest.
That was even worse than the first time.
Oh, really? I was really trying that time, though.
I can't tell if that's sarcasm.
No,
Van Forest.
Forest.
Okay. Well done. That was not bad. Good. A for effort, John Ludwig.
Okay, and here the white king is coming in. Now the queen also will create an attack against this black king. And we get to what is known as the classic position. This situation here is what's known from all the endgame manuals. The black rook will have to move away either to this side or to this side. But as the rook moves away, the queen will be able to give checks. And the queen will, yes, here, well played by Van Forest. The queen down in the corner wins the game because the king has to move, and then you get the double attack. And this is the problem of keeping the rook far away from your own king. Sometimes that double attack will just come in and kill you.
Very, very nice. We're just seeing the conclusion of this game on the camera. Do we already have the result on the board? No. For now, after
not on the board, but not on the relayed board. But I'm sure that in Kazakhstan, there has been a resignation, and this may have been the last game of the round.
Oh, I do not think so. No, I think we still have a few games going. One of them is Sam Shankland, fellow American. Maybe we can go there. Sam Shankland against Manuel Petrosian, who
this
played
one is
this
over.
long game.
There's a queen on the board against a rook. That is GG's. Sam Shankland has won this game, even if the result is not visible on the monitors.
Okay, this one might still be going. David Anton against Volodar Mursin.
Okay. What move are they on? 72?
Yeah.
There's no chance on set move 72 is not over yet.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a draw. The knight and king moved back and forth. The knight is not able to sacrifice itself on white's pawn, but it is able to stay away from the white king. So that game ends in a draw.
I think in that case, you might...
If there's a game still going on, they need to be at like move 110.
No, I do not see. Let me quickly... No, I
okay.
think...
I think there's no more games going on. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with the pairings for the third round. Hikaru on 1 point out of 2. He's made 2 draws so far in the tournament.
Hello and welcome back again to the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022. Round 3 has started, but John Ludwig, it looks like nobody is receiving moves from the venue right now.
Yeah, a technical problem in Kazakhstan. The games have started. We can see that on camera feeds on other sites, but nobody knows what moves are being played. And unfortunately, that means we're kind of in the dark right now. Here's what we do know. Hikaru in this round will be playing against Nikita Petrov of Russia. A grandmaster, but not one of the most intimidating ones with that title. Hikaru has to be a favorite despite playing with the black pieces.
Absolutely. Hikaru, who, as you mentioned, is on 1 out of 2. The first game, he was under a lot of pressure. He was lost against Tabatabai. He saved that. The second game, on the other hand, he was pressing in the middle game. He had a very nice position. Then it sort of turned around. He was under a little pressure, then it in a draw. That means he's on 1 out of 2. On 2 out of 2 at the top of tournament, only 22 players remain on a perfect 2 out of 2 score out of a field of, 178, I believe. So once again, I think in these really very strong tournaments, it just feeds out very quickly at the top, and Hikaru needs to really win this game to get back into these leader groups.
Yeah, as long as Hikaru is only like 1 point behind Magnus, I feel like it's okay because then he can beat Magnus and overtake him in the standings. But if it starts becoming a bigger distance than 1 point, that's a real issue. And right now, Hikaru is going to need a win despite having the black pieces. I'm expecting Hikaru to come out guns blazing, chasing that first win of the tournament.
Yeah, and I'm seeing we're still waiting for the words because I do see that FIDE now at least had 1 game, but I'm not sure if that's manually input. It looks like wherever we look, the moves are not coming in just yet, so we have nothing to do. But wait, for now, maybe you can ask us some questions, be it about the tournament, about ideally related to the tournament. I think that makes more sense right now while we wait for the no, that's the previous game. I got excited. So yeah, this is a good time for us to ask us your questions relating to this tournament or to chess in a broader sense. Yogi is asking, why are they playing in Kazakhstan? Actually, this year, once again, I think it's often a problem with the World Rapid and Blitz that it gets announced very late where it takes place. I think somebody, some venue, some country, some city has to make a bid to hold it. And we don't really, I don't know if we're being informed, John Ludwig. I don't think we really got an insight into the behind the scenes. Was there only 1 bid? Were there more? Was there a selection process?
I'm not sure, but what I do know is that Norway is preparing a bid for 2023 or 2024.
Oh, for the Rapid and Blitz?
Yes.
Oh, that's very exciting.
So there is some kind of bidding procedure. Mm-hmm. As far as I know, I thought Kazakhstan was supposed to do it last year, and then there was some issue, and maybe then they got it by default this year. Awarding of chess tournaments has been there's been some different regimes within the World Chess Federation that has had some different procedures as this can
I mean, it's a problem. I'm not too familiar, not as familiar with other sports as I am with chess, but if we look at the recently concluded World Cup in football in Qatar, we can see that it's a problem that doesn't only touch chess. But yeah, maybe I didn't pick the easiest question for our first for the first question. Question for the host: prediction of top 3 podium. Oof.
Yeah, no, it's a tough one. Okay, the games are here. So I'm gonna skip that question and jump into the game instead. And unfortunately, everyone, we have joined here on move 15 very late.
Very quickly. What do you think, John Ludwig? Flip the board and very, very quickly go back and see how we got here?
Yeah. So Hikaru actually once again chooses to go for the Nimso Indian opening, characterized by this bishop to b4 move. This is the opening Hikaru used in game 1, where he landed himself in a lots of trouble. But Petrov does not play the same line we saw previously. Knight e2 was the choice of Tabai. And here instead, Petrov chasing the bishop immediately. A trade is made. White gets doubled pawns temporarily, but after the second trade, no more doubled pawns for white. However, black has castled very early on, whereas the white king is still in the center. And this is something Hikaru tries to exploit, putting his pawn with pressure in towards the center and then using his queen to force the bishop into moving yet again. And Hikaru here early on gets all his pieces pointing in towards this white pawn in the center of the board. And interestingly, white decides to sacrifice this pawn, just completely ignores it here in the middle. And in fact, Hikaru chooses not to capture, after which white just, continues putting pressure in towards the black pieces, saying, I insist that you capture my pawn. And the reason Hikaru was hesitant to do so, and the reason Hikaru is not capturing in the center in this moment, is because when you do that, white's pawn will advance in the middle. This is a pawn sacrifice, but these pawns coming down is going to create a lots of trouble in towards the black king. So Hikaru says, I choose not to capture this pawn because I want to have an opening for my pieces. I want you to push the pawn here so that I can capture in the center with my rook, so that my rook is pointing down towards the white pieces instead of the pawn capturing, after which this pawn is blocking black's rook, which is a problem. So both players are kind of ignoring this situation with the pawns in the middle. Very fascinating play. And that's where we're at. Hikaru refuses to capture the pawn because then there will be a push. And white refuses to capture because then it will open up for the black rook to point down towards the white pieces.
Very interesting tension in the center indeed. White has just played knight h5, which does force a decision, does force Hikaru to make a decision. You couldn't allow white to capture your knight on f6. So Hikaru captures on h5 himself. White recaptures. There's a big threat now on h7. So g6 makes a lot of sense, as closing down the bishop from d3 and hitting the queen on h5.
And now next move, Hikaru can take the pawn in the center, because now white no longer has control of this e4 square. There's a black bishop, there's a black rook, both of which have that square under control. And so it does feel like Hikaru can capture in the center on the next move, because he doesn't have to be afraid of something like queen moves, pawn captures, and if the pawn moves forward, we just capture that one as well. This is looking very good for Hikaru in my opinion. And look at the time as well. Hikaru up by 5 minutes.
If I were, time is looking very, very good. If I were black, one thing which might concern me is the queen coming to h6. It did go to g5, but the queen coming to h6 and white trying to push the pawn all the way to f6.
Yeah, a standard plan, trying to use the queen and pawn working together to create a checkmate in front of the black king. It's worth noting here that the black king is not well defended right now, and Hikaru actually chooses not to capture this pawn, but instead says that it's more important to defend the black king. So he goes for the queen trade to then lessen the force of White's attack. I'm liking this move. Clever play from Hikaru. I'm so confident in Hikaru here right now. I'm gonna already say Hikaru is gonna win this.
Okay, so let me ask you: if I take your queen on e7 and then take your pawn on c5, how are you going to react? Is there, maybe you can just take on g2? Is that a problem?
Yeah, many tempting options. But as you say, Fiona, pawn takes g2. So if White now captures the black pawn, it opens up where the black rook has placed itself on the same file as White's bishop. So we can sacrifice our bishop for a pawn in front of the white king because we know we can regain the bishop thereafter. And here we have a magnificent position. Our rooks are super active, but most importantly, look at how all these white pawns are scattered around, and all of them are placed on dark squares, which means that these pawns are blocking the potential of White's bishop.
Yeah, this position looks very promising. I see Leminos Go was asking, is the eval bar correct? So the eval bar has been acting up quite a lot today. So I can tell you this, sometimes it's correct and sometimes it's not. So you just got to use your own brains today to determine when is it correct and when is it not correct. Right now, I'm not even sure myself.
Knock on wood that the health of all the competitors in Kazakhstan is good. I remember last year in the World Blitz and Rapid Championship, Hikaru had to bow out of the last day of his favorite, the World Blitz Championship, because he tested positive for COVID. So we're hoping that everyone stays healthy in Kazakhstan among the players. Unfortunately, it does feel like the eval bar may have caught some kind of illness.
Oh my goodness! I was wondering actually what the bridge was that you were leading us up to.
Too much.
Well played,
I wasn't sure whether it was within what's okay to joke about. Too soon. Okay, Tagbon says too soon. Yeah, it may have been too soon. I was unsure whether it was.
I'll give you the thumbs up. Okay, meanwhile, in the game, let's rewind just a move. So we did see the queens come off on e7, sorry, and White play f5.
Yeah, really interesting move. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what's going on. Like, if I take in the middle now, I think what White was planning was just capturing back, allowing this pawn to be captured by the black knight, because then afterwards, the white bishop is able to join the game, catching black's two rooks on the same diagonal. And the fact that the rooks got in trouble here can also explain Hikaru's move, because Hikaru chose here to move his rook up one square, which means he now avoids that potential problem against the rooks.
Yeah, so after rook d7, if I'm white, I would like to get this bishop away from d3. I don't like that bishop is sitting there facing the rook on d7 and unprotected.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I'm not too sure where to.
To me, the big threat in this position, in addition to just winning a pawn in the center, I like the move bishop to e4. I feel like white is pretty poor on the light squares. These kind of squares here. And this bishop is actually doing a great job of covering all of that. That, on the other hand, does mean that if I'm able to trade this bishop, I would be very happy. And so bishop e4 would force a trade and also allow my rook to get up into an even better position. And the more I'm looking at this, the more I like Hikaru's position. I already said I think Hikaru's going to win this, but I don't feel like I have jinxed anything at all, because the way he's playing this game right now, it makes sense. And he's especially playing against this white bishop on c1, making sure that this bishop struggles to get into play. And thus far, it's been a strategic masterpiece from Hikaru.
Yeah, and not only do we really, really like his position, I mean, his opponent is now down to 4 minutes. Hikaru still has almost 13 minutes on the clock. And while the position, objectively might still be fine for white, or just slightly inferior, I think practically it's just such a difficult position to play. Petrov goes for rook f4, so defending the pawn, both defending the pawn and covering the e4 square.
Oh, yeah, I stopped caring about this pawn, to be honest, because Hikaru's never going to capture this pawn because it lets the white bishop out of its prison. So to me, this move is all about controlling the e4 square, which is where I just stated I wanted to move my bishop. That being said, I'm not going to give up that plan so easily. Like, my first instinct in this position is to move g5. I want to push this rook, and for the rook to keep protection of that e4 square, it needs to move to the side. But then I'm going to blockade with my pawn, and I have this threat of using my other pawn afterwards to put pressure on this rook. And if pawn to e4 trying to kick the bishop and say that the bishop is in trouble, I have this really cool move, bishop to a2, attacking the rook on the side of the board. The rook can attack my bishop in return, but then I capture in the center, and I give up my own bishop in order to create an attack on white's bishop. And I make a big breakthrough here in the middle, in the center. So I'm liking this g5 move because it continues the plan I liked with getting the bishop to the e4 square.
Yeah, I think bishop a2 there in the end was a really nice resource. So maybe that's sort of what Hikaru is looking at right now. A question from the chat: what happens if we play g5? What if white counterattacks with f6?
Yeah, so that's another. So there, if Hikaru wants to go for this g5 move, he needs to calculate quite a lot of possibilities. This counter f6 move is definitely one of them, because that opens up the f5 square for the rook to utilize and try to attack afterwards. So in order to stop this rook f5 move, we need to capture the white rook. They will capture our rook. We will recapture. They will capture. But at the end of all these captures, black is up by a pawn, having secured this pawn in the center, and also having secured it with our knight, so that we have all our pieces in good positions centrally.
Yeah, this position looks great, but as you're saying, a lot of stuff for Hikaru to figure out after g5. I would bet, if I was a betting woman, I would bet that Hikaru is looking at g5 right now, though it is the move I think you want to make quite instinctively.
And he does go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, the strategic part of this game is over. Now it's all calculation and tactics. Pretty much no matter what white does here, I think Hikaru is going to follow up with the move f6 afterwards, just to avoid that the white pawn can progress. So if this pawn wants to step forward, now is the only opportunity. If the rook moves, no matter whether it moves to the side or back, I think Hikaru's gonna push up to keep everything well protected.
If you're white and you have very little time on the clock, do you just instinctively go f6 to avoid getting shot down by black playing f6 themselves?
I don't think so, because f6 is such a committal move. Like, you're giving away a pawn. But on the other hand, that giving away that pawn will solve the problem of your bishop on c1 not getting into play. It's just a difficult position for Petrov. He sees this idea with bishop to e4, so he tries to stop it. He does play rook g4, which is in some way the sensible move, because that keeps the rook protecting that e4 square, preventing the bishop from getting there. But now Hikaru is trying to kick this rook out with his side pawn. And I think right now White's position is just collapsing.
Actually, Hammer, we should go back just a couple of moves when Black played g5. I think there were a couple of questions in the chat. Why can't White take en passant here?
Yes. Important question. Often when the pawns are next to each other, you can make the special en passant move. However, that move was invented to avoid a black pawn running past the opponent. But here, White had the option of making this trade previously. So we say that the black pawn hasn't really lured itself past the white pawn. They did have the option of capturing each other. It's just that black chose not to. So the en passant move is only available when the pawn goes two steps in one. And after that, Petrov has played rook to b5, trying to put pressure in towards this pawn and bishop. Hikaru then pushing his pawn up on the side of the board, kicking the white rook back. And this rook now is horrendously placed. And Hikaru will win this game somehow. He just needs to be a little bit cautious. There was a trap here. If pawn takes pawn, White would have rook takes bishop, giving up your rook for a bishop, but creating a very nasty pressure with the bishop pointing down on black's rook, and the rook cannot move because the king is threatened behind. But Hikaru, of course, aware of that situation, he plays b6, simply making sure that the white rook cannot capture this black pawn.
I really like the way Hikaru is going on about this. He's not rushing, and there is no need to rush in this position for now. He's keeping everything nice and solid. We should take a quick look at what happens if White had captured on c5.
Yeah, so if now Petrov tries to win a pawn by capturing on c5, I was thinking here the knight comes into the center, chases the bishop back, and then we can
trap the rook.
Yeah, we in that line we actually could have trapped the rook. Oh, sorry.
It's after
h4. To find it. Yeah. So here the rook actually runs out of squares because the knight has come in to take both the escapes.
Very nice. So instead, the game,
instead h4 was played. So the idea is that White saw this h4 move creating problems for the white rook, so they play it themselves and then capture the pawn. But then still knight to e5 is a really nice placement for that knight.
So it is White to move again. The bishop, that bishop, I think needs to move. I don't think we can defend it.
There's also a problem here that in the end of very many variations, the black rook will manage to come up and attack both the white bishop and the white king. So there's that to think about as well, in addition to the white rook being completely out of play on the side of the board.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, again, right now, the eval bar, I don't know if it's because I see that our live board has a very different evaluation, gives it as roughly even. To the human eye, it feels so difficult for white to survive this.
Yeah, it's white is up a pawn, but the pressure on white's position is tremendous. And also look at Petrov's time. He's down to just 20 seconds on the clock, while Hikaru still has 9 minutes. There's just no doubt in my mind that Hikaru should be able to take home the win here and get his first win of this rapid championship.
Yeah, and with only 15 seconds left on the clock, Petrov goes for e4. So e4 hitting the bishop on d5, also defending the bishop on d3 with the rook and sort of giving that rook at least a square to go to. What happens if we take on d3 and take on e4?
If we make these trades, we end up in a situation where the black bishop moves on the light squares and the white bishop moves on dark squares. And also there's a situation where there may be more trades of pawns on the side of the board afterwards. If I'm Hikaru, I want to avoid stuff like this just in case there could be some kind of a fortress. At the very least, it makes white's position much more easy to play with just 25 seconds remaining. So in my mind, I want to make the move bishop c4. This is the one I like because after trades, I'm both attacking the pawn on e4 and I'm making this threat of getting my rook down and attacking both the king and the bishop. The computer, on the other hand, doesn't like this because then white's rook can both defend the bishop and attack the knight. Okay. Yeah, so I guess white has more defensive resources here than I initially thought. And that also explains why Hikaru has been spending so much time on this decision. Hikaru chooses to go back with his bishop, attacking the rook. The rook goes back to defend the bishop, and Hikaru simply captures a pawn. So Hikaru no longer down a pawn, and bishop c2. Wow. So, there was a trap. Bishop a4, then rook would come down and give a check. But Hikaru avoids this by moving his king up. The rook then attacks the pawn moves forward. But now, look at this, the white bishop. The bishop we've been saying is the worst piece in the history of chess. The bishop is actually entering the game ready to take out the black knight that's perfectly placed in the center. Maybe it's not going to be so easy for Hikaru after all.
Yeah, and I have to really say I'm impressed with how Petrov has managed to keep it all together under huge pressure on the board and on the clock. So let's see. Hikaru did play rook d4. The bishop dropped back. Do you think the bishop will go back to f4 again?
Yes, I do. There's no reason not to go back and forth if you're Petrov. If you get a draw here, that's still a success. And Hikaru, he chooses here to move his bishop to the side, giving extra protection to the pawn, realizing that the knight's protection is not going to be sufficient with the white bishop pointing in on the knight.
Yeah, now a big decision again for Petrov. Do you want to take on e5, and do you think you'll hold that endgame? He plays king f2, which makes a lot of sense to bring the king towards the center. And now, if we're Hikaru, do we want to keep that knight? Do we want to jump forward? Do we want to jump to c6, potentially eyeing up d4?
I'm liking the d3 square, honestly. What about knight to d3? Check on the king, check, well, not check on the bishop, but a threat at the very least. And if this knight is captured, we get a pawn that is just 2 moves away from becoming a new queen, and that is being supported by the rook from behind.
But if I play bishop d2 here to block your pawn, are you not worried that about the opposite color bishops? Oh, the pawn is hanging.
I am worried that we're not going to be able to guide our pawn forward, but I do like the fact that we have a free pawn in the middle to capture. So not optimal going into opposite colored bishop situations, but getting that pawn in the center, and especially getting this pawn, the black pawn, only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, that might be so important that I'm willing to kind of forsake some of the other issues.
Yeah, so let's go back to the live position. King f2. So you're saying knight d3.
Well, I'm saying that if we don't do this now, there may be a possibility for white to capture our knight and then bring the king in, which may actually be just as problematic as just taking this opportunity
and here he
to go for the check.
Knight d3 is on the board. White, I think, had no choice but to capture, and yeah, now how do you stop? I mean, d2 is a kind of threat. e4 is hanging right now, and you have 15 seconds on the clock to make up your mind.
Yeah, the bishop has to go back. There's no other way of defending this. Petrov does realize that, but Hikaru then capturing in the center. And now the white rook is able to come up and create a counterattack on the black king. Hikaru's king forced back. Afterwards, the white rook will try to make a trade with the black rook. Yeah, my screen is acting up a little bit, but now the white rook needs to come in. There's no alternative. Hikaru captures that rook as it arrives. The king now has to recapture, because if you take with a bishop, you let the pawn progress further. So the king recaptures. Hikaru then comes in with his rook. The king moves up to the left.
Wow, that
I'm very surprised by this move. The king moves away from its own bishop. Hikaru then taking the opportunity to come in with his rook, attack that bishop. The bishop has to move, but when the bishop moves, the pawn will progress further. The bishop moves away, pointing down towards the black king.
I mean, is white looking for some kind of... Is there even some kind of perpetual or something? Is there anything we need to worry about right now?
Yeah, the king could be an issue. Also, it's worth noting that if Hikaru now tries to push the pawn forward to become a new queen, check on the king moves, then rook to d8. The rook manages to stop black's pawn in time. So that pawn is not going anywhere at the moment. Hikaru realizes the same thing, and he just captures another white pawn, because Hikaru says, okay, he can deal with one pawn, but can he deal with 2? There's now 2 black pawns trying to become new queens. And as long as that white rook cannot make threats against the black king, this is going to be a piece of cake for Hikaru. Hikaru now also taking out the pawn on f5, which is great, because that means the black king will find further shelter on the king's side.
Yeah, this one looks gone now. We've had one more move. King e4 has been played.
And now g3, I would assume.
Yeah. I mean, no, these 2 pawns, both of them only 2 squares away from queening, just too much. And the bishop on b5 also does a nice job supporting the pawns. The white king is cut off. No, this one seems gone. And Hikaru still has 6 minutes, 6 minutes on the clock. To figure out. I think it's one of those spots where every move is winning and you just get a little bit confused by having too many winning options.
Yeah, maybe. I think, I mean, for Hikaru, the only thing he has to be concerned about is the king safety. As long as white cannot like check and check and check and check along the side of the board, he's doing just fine. So I'm liking the move g3. I think that makes the most sense. because it creates the new threat that white has to adjust to. And when white kind of deals with this new pawn on its way forward, then we return to our original plan of pushing the pawn in the center. And Hikaru is about to score his first victory of the 2022 World Rapid Championship. This win is going to bring him on 2 points out of 3. And he did it in style, and he did it with the black pieces.
Yeah, very impressive game, this one. I'm seeing actually in the chat, I'm always a little curious by some drama, because I see someone said Hans's game, the only one that's not being broadcast, and I thought surely that can't be right. But yeah, Hans's game did stop working 6 moves in. We don't know, is that a coincidence that his board of all boards stopped working? Could be, but we'll find out more. Here, G3 is on the board. The game is about to be over. We don't have
here, very clever from Hikaru. He gives away one of the pawns, but then he says, while you're busy taking my pawn, while you're busy taking my rook, I'm going to go ahead and get a new queen. Nikita, the white player, he sees that. He tries to create a different problem here, putting pressure in on the black rook with his bishop. Now, this pawn cannot queen because the white rook is controlling. This other pawn cannot queen because this bishop is controlling. We need to make an additional threat to get our pawns to become new queens. The computer has a very elegant solution to this, saying bishop to a4, taking control of the d1 square, trying to help this pawn become a new queen. But Hikaru, he chooses instead something that's just as good. Bishop back, check on the king. King moves back. Hikaru captures another pawn and creates the threat on white's bishop. The bishop can move away, but at this point, Hikaru just has so many pawns that it's too much to deal with on multiple flanks.
Yeah, and he's just putting the finishing touches here with one pawn just 1 square away from queening, the other just 2 squares away. What is the finishing touch, actually? Let's just find it.
Well, I think g2 seems okay. And if king takes g2, I can go rook f1. And I'm going to guide this pawn home to become a new queen, I think.
If I go rook d6...
Rook d6, I move away. Okay, maybe that was a bad square to move away to. Let's go here.
Yeah, just so you keep an eye on f6, or why did you say it was a... Okay.
Well, we'll see now, because this is what Hikaru has done. The pawn pushes, he gives away one pawn, and then he's going to guide the other one home afterwards.
Yeah, so expect rook f1 here. Just taking control over the g1 square, preparing to queen on the next move, and then all that will be required is just not to allow any final tricks. I mean, I'm not even sure my rook d6. All I wanted to do is get your bishop away, see if I can throw in a couple of checks, but I didn't really see much other than, you know, give a few checks and resign. So yeah, rook f1 looks like the end of the game. When this game ends, we will jump to... Oh, Magnus has taken the upper hand, because I was reading in chat earlier that Magnus was under a serious amount of pressure in the opening middle game. Maybe we can once the Hikaru game is over, we can go to that game and even check out some earlier stages. Hikaru doesn't go rook f1, he goes rook b5 instead.
The rook putting pressure on the bishop then having to move, seeing as how the bishop is the only thing stopping the black pawn from becoming a new queen. The bishop moves back, but now Hikaru will follow this bishop No, he gives a check. Okay, the king will probably move up.
And then what
Now,
rookie?
white is trying to get the rook back to defend.
What's his idea? Rookie. What about rookie 2?
Yeah, now he goes rook
B1.
b1. Basically, he could have done this for a long time,
Yeah.
but in this moment, he decided, okay, it's about time. Nikita trying to attack the black bishop with his rook. And, ooh, sweet play from Hikaru. Hikaru just queens his pawn. Clever, clever play. Hikaru doesn't even need to protect the bishop that was under attack, because after this trade, if the bishop is captured, then Hikaru will get a check at the end. And that's why he tried to force this white king to the c3 square, because he saw that was an unfortunate placement due to this variation we have on the board right now. Hikaru takes down the win. And he has won this game. Getting a new queen has secured him an extra bishop, and Nikita Petrov resigned.
Very, very nice. And Hikaru moving back up to 2 out of 3. This was really a lovely game. So 3 games done today, 2 rounds to go. Magnus actually just won his game, so I don't think we're going to go there. He was under some pressure, so it might be worth replaying if you're interested. There's an endgame still going on board too. Maybe we can go there. Let's do that against Bluebaum. Although it might not be the most interesting, but we'll catch. Well, we can see the end. Well, actually, I don't know. It is interesting.
It's very interesting. White has 2 passed pawns, 2 pawns trying to become new queens on opposite sides of the board. And yet it's black's position I prefer, because the black rook is about to capture here the pawn on f3. And once that pawn has been removed, there's 2 black pawns working together trying to become new queens. This is an interesting duel between the pawns on opposite sides trying to distract the opponent versus the pawns working together. And honestly, I'm not sure which player is going to win this. Actually, I think Duda might win it. I think the fact that these 2 pawns are on opposite sides may cause so much problems that Bluebaum is not able to defend properly. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on, is the honest truth.
It's really difficult, right? Because if you could somehow give up the rook for the 2 pawns, but I'm also not sure. How do you... Okay, I guess you just have to create counterplay fast enough, right?
Yeah,
so
well, definitely first you need to take this one.
Yeah.
And then the king moves up, and I think you got to go something like king e4. This pawn pushes, and you go rook here. So you need to get your rook on the back rank to kind of stand and protect everything. And then the question is, as these pawns progress, are you in time to create a new queen while white is busy getting a new queen?
Okay, this is insane.
And apparently the computer here is saying that it's a draw after rook d5. Okay, apparently this is a draw.
This position is completely insane.
So according to the computer, it may be a draw in some variation. But here instead, e4 has been played. Duda trying to push his pawn to becoming a new queen. And he's about to get a new queen, because after a7, there's no stopping that pawn. Duda instead moving his rook. Yeah, because he realizes, well, you can't stop both of them. Duda is going to win this game. It turns out I was wrong. My initial thought was that those nice pawns working together in the middle were going to be strong, but no, they were not. Instead, it's white getting a new queen here to win the game. After e2, you first go with a rook, give a check, control the pawn, then get a new queen to win it. And this is what happened. And the game is over. E2, rook coming in, rook even capturing the pawn, Nothing stopping this guy. And Bluebaum resigns. Jan Christoph Duda coming in with a win. And that puts him on 3 out of 3 as well. Is that correct, Fiona?
Yeah, so far we have Magnus, we have Duda, we have Fedoseev, aka Big Fish. Some of you might know him as that. We have Artemiev. And let's go to Alexander Donchenko against Anish Giri, which is still ongoing. Those two are on a perfect 2 out of 2 as well. Also, Abdusattorov, let's not forget about the defending world champion. He's also on 3 out of 3 after beating Demchenko. And finally, so is Arjun Erigaisi. So let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, should be a draw would be my thinking. I really don't like Giri's play here. I'm curious, why didn't he play the move G4? That felt like it was winning instantly. Instead, he allows the white king to get close to the pawn to defend. And when the king moves up, the bishop tries to attack the pawn furthest back. Now, I guess it's probably not a draw. Yeah, so Giri has succeeded in getting his king forward. And it probably should be winning.
So what's your
chess
winning
is kind
plan?
of difficult. No, I think I changed my mind. I think the king needs to go back, and then we go check and get the knight in. But yeah, I'm not sure how I'm winning that either. Yeah, there's so few pawns left. It should be a draw somehow. But the knight jumping around when both players are low on time, it's so difficult to deal with.
I'm also surprised. Okay, Anish is still thinking. Maybe isn't. Okay, he's running the other side of the board, so he's running towards.
Well, he might be feigning. I think he might go to the D2 square. He's pretending like he's going over here, and then suddenly he goes over here. Okay, I was wrong.
But I liked you had me. I mean, you had me convinced, John Ludwig. So, okay, Anish is saying he's putting his king on b4, which is going to force the white bishop to remain on that a4
but now
E8
just
diagonal.
King e3.
But can I then not go knight e4 and knight c5 or somewhere?
Okay, so, that's do not take this pawn. There's a fork. So the king needs to go to f2. But still, it's not easy.
No.
King f2. Maybe even king h3, actually. Now, king h3, then knight e3. That could be annoying. I would just keep the king over here. Yeah.
And it's so tough. I mean, to play this position on 30 seconds.
Not even 30 seconds. Yeah, they only get 10 seconds additional time per move. So Anish's problem is that if he wins this one, he needs to give away this one. And once he loses this one, then the white king will be able to come up and attack.
Yeah, this will really be a problem.
So I think it's still a draw. Yeah.
Is there any way we can... I don't know. I was thinking get the black knight to e5 and push the pawn to f3. Like if
but immediately once you push the pawn to f4 and you just capture and it's okay. So Anish decides to give away this f5 pawn in order to create a problem on the other side. But now, bishop d7. Yeah, so maybe bishop d7. Basically, you want to sacrifice your bishop against this pawn on the side, and then you want your king to go up and remove this other black pawn afterwards.
Are we in time to do that?
I don't know. You may need to go bishop d7. Okay, computer is back and says king e3 is the only move to make a draw. That's an impossible move. There's no human being in the world who will play king e3 here. Okay, I was wrong. Donchenko. What a genius! Where's this guy been? King E3 has been played.
He's been on my team in the French league for the last 5-6 years, and although his rating, like, he was going up and then he's going down, but he's every time he plays the French league, he plays first board against these top GMs, and he's gotten top performance on top board every time. But now it's gone wrong anyway, well, because
but King D2 was bad because of one move Knight B3, which was not easy to understand.
Equally
either.
Impossible.
Yeah. But I don't like this plan of moving the king over here, because it feels to me like then Anish will be able to get his king over to the other side. Okay, you remember that situation we had the pawns blocking each other earlier?
Yeah.
That's this situation. So Donchenko has now kind of created the same situation, just on the opposite side of the board. Ooh, but now Anish manages to get his pawn forward. Yeah, game over.
It's over.
GG's. Interesting endgame. It was way too complicated to kind of say anything sensible while it was happening. But it always pays off being up a pawn. It just makes your position easier to play. And Anish Giri proved as much.
We only had 2 draws on the top 10 boards, so let's recap. On 3 out of 3, we have Magnus, we have Duda, we have Fedoseev, we have Artemiev, we have Anish, we have Jordan van Foreest, we have Abdusatrov, we have Arjun, and we have Nihal Sarin. We haven't talked about Nihal yet. He could be an underdog. So I believe we have 13 players left, if I didn't miscount. And I'm struggling to see if there's any games still going.
There's one game here, Nestorov against Paco Vallejo. But this is about to be over. It's a Zugzwang position. The black knight is being dominated by the white bishop. The bishop is taking out all the possible squares the knight can move to. And so if black tries to approach the white pawn, the white king will just step even closer. And here, because the king doesn't even have anywhere to go here, the knight has to move somewhere that's being controlled by the bishop. And don't take with the bishop. That's a stalemate. Stalemate alert. But you can take with the king, and then, well, there's 2 pawns trying to become new queens to win the game.
Yeah, and finally, maybe you know the answer to this, Hans Hammer. I was thinking about Hans. So someone was asking, how is Hans doing? And he made a draw in this game against Minli. This game where I earlier mentioned the broadcast stopped working after 6 moves. But maybe he did just offer a draw after 6 moves. Do you know if there's a minimum amount of moves?
No, I don't know.
So I think it could just be that it could be that these 2 know each other very well. They've probably played millions of games online. So yeah, I'm guessing here. I don't know if he offered a draw, if the broadcast actually stopped working and it was a longer game.
I'm guessing it was a longer game.
Yeah. We'll see if we can find out something during the break. But for now, we are going to take a quick break. Round 4 will start in around 10 to 15 minutes, probably, I would say. So we'll be back with the action then. Stay tuned and we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship. As you can see on the screen, Hikaru, he is taking on Bassem Amin from Egypt. Once again, Bassem, a player who I think is quite underrated when it comes to his rapid rating, John Ludwig, which is only 2567, but a much stronger player than that in reality.
Yeah, and here we see Hikaru playing against the King's Indian defense. This is an opening Hikaru has played himself with quite a lot of success, an opening he knows well. And he chooses here to go with the unusual bishop to d3. And I remember this move because he also played it in the Speed Chess Championship final against Magnus Carlsen. And this bishop move was so effective that even Magnus himself decided to play it against Hikaru when Hikaru tried to use this King Indian's opening.
Yeah, so d5, you'll have to hold my hand across the opening here. The King's Indian is an opening that I've never played on either side. I do know that Hikaru himself back in the day was one of the players who played it a lot himself as black, right?
Hikaru Nakamura, Garry Kasparov are two of the big proponents.
There was Rajabov as well, I believe, at some point, who played it for a very long time.
Yes. And here we see black is trying to move their knight up to the f4 square. A maneuvering game is underway. Hikaru with his pawn playing that one step forward, taking control of the f4 square, and thus eliminating this possibility for black's knight moving forward. Hikaru very sensible with his placement of the pieces. The knights in towards the middle, and then the bishops placing themselves right in the center of the board thereafter. In the King's Indian, the big question is whether black will be able to push this f-pawn up the board. And I suspect that's precisely what Bassem Amin is considering right now, whether he can push forward immediately or if he needs some preparatory moves. This queen e8 move might be because the queen is supposed to defend the knight on the edge of the board. But Hikaru then exploits this by moving the knight out on the rim. If Hikaru is allowed one more move, knight to f5, this will be a winning position for white. So if the bishop moves forward, Hikaru comes in with a knight. This knight can be captured. I was going to say then the queen comes up, and this is fantastic for white. Turns out I was wrong, because not only is there a trade in the center, there's a second pawn coming up thereafter. Okay, but there's this idea, at the very least, of the knight getting in. And notice how all the pieces are pointed in towards the f5 square. Essentially, white's strategy here is just preventing black from making this pawn break.
Yeah, one thing which I have to say as Hikaru fans here, of course, which is good, is look at Hikaru's time, 15 minutes 50, so he's up almost a minute from his starting time. I think he will be well familiar with this position, with the ideas as well, because it's one of those lines where, of course, you have to know the moves, but I think it's so important to know the different ideas, and Hikaru, having played this from both sides, he will be well familiar. If black cannot go f5 right away, then what? Do we have to find a different plan? Do we have to further prepare it? What now?
Yeah, well, I guess that's why Bassem is thinking.
Yeah.
Because he wants to go f5, and he's wondering, has Hikaru actually prevented this move I want to make? So let's check it out. Pawn to f5. And if this happens, Hikaru will capture. Bassem will recapture. And now I thought the idea here is to go g4. The idea being that if there's a trade between these two pawns, we are very happy because we open up for the bishop and we open up for the rook down towards the black king. So that's always going to be the question. Can he or can't he? Is this pawn push good or is it not? That's what this position is all about. Bassem decides against this in the first instance. The knight coming in, attacking the bishop. And now I'm expecting from Hikaru, probably bishop back to e2. Traditionally, you would go with the bishop so that the bishop is still pointing towards the f5 square to prevent that pawn push from black. But here, I think I can do the same thing by going with the bishop back to e2. Because here I'm putting pressure on this knight, forcing the knight to retreat. And when the knight retreats, it blocks the pawn. So I've actually prevented the pawn from advancing, even though I put my bishop in the other direction. That being said, Hikaru does opt for the more traditional choice, keeping that pressure in towards the f5 square.
Yeah, and once again, so knight c5 actually was quite a natural move, but the ball is back in black's court. Again, it looks like f5 is still not possible.
Well, I mean, the computers may be unhappy with it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not possible. It's enterprising at the very least. Bassem once again opting not to go for that critical move, instead moving his bishop out. And I wonder if black was intending to go with the pawn to b5. That would have been a really interesting attempt of grabbing the initiative on the queen side, the left flank of the board. The reason I think that may have been a threat is because I saw Hikaru with his queen is preventing that idea. So sometimes when you watch top players make their moves, you can kind of guess what they're afraid of based on the moves they make and what they're preventing.
Let me ask you, is queen e2 on top of preventing b5 also preparing to castle queenside?
Yes, I think so. In general, in these lines, when white pushes the pawn forward in the center, white will always go with the king to the queen side, because having played these two pawns forward on the opposite flank, it's difficult to put the king over here safely, considering the threats black is making in that direction. Also, the bishop pointing down towards the queen side for black is being blocked by a pawn in the center. So as long as this pawn is standing here, we're not too scared about moving the king over, because we're not afraid of this bishop.
Yeah. Just to answer, Fukan in the chat is asking, am I stupid or is the board on the right lagging? So the board on the right, just to say it one time, the board on the right is our analysis board. So sometimes if we're still analyzing something, we won't get to the live position immediately. The board on the left is the live board. Also, I wanted to say thank you to Pion R for subscribing. And I know a lot of others have subscribed today using both the normal subscription and Prime. So thanks a lot to everyone. There's been a lot going on, so we can't acknowledge every single one, but we very much appreciate the support. Question, can Hikaru still win this? What do you mean still? It's very, very early doors.
Hikaru is 1 point behind the lead. But
still win this tournament. I thought the game.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But there are many rounds remaining, and Hikaru hasn't played the likes of Carlsen, the likes of Duda, and the other top players. So even though Hikaru is 1 point behind right now, all he needs to do is just win the game against those top guys, and he will have surpassed them in the standings. So yeah, there's 10 more rounds, including this one. So that's plenty of time to make a comeback.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, the enterprising F5 has appeared on the board. So let's dive back into the action on hand.
Yeah, no, this is I don't know, is the question. If Black can get away with this, I think Black has a great position. Yeah. So Hikaru now needs to punish this play immediately. And then the question is, how do you do that? And well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess we should look at the capture first.
Yeah,
right?
No, the capture is definitely the most logical thing because it opens up for this bishop. We placed this bishop for this precise reason, to have this pressure down towards Black's king if Black moves forward. Now, after the recapture, for me, what I kind of feel like I want to do is the move G4. Because we talked about this earlier as well, that if this pawn is captured, then not only do we open up for the bishop, we also open up for the rook. And this is often just devastating for Black, having to deal with all this pressure. That being said, what happens here if the knight instead jumps into the position, puts pressure on the queen, and if this knight is eliminated, Black recaptures and opens up for the bishop? And we talked about earlier how we're not afraid of this bishop as long as there's a Black pawn in the center. But once that pawn moves away, this bishop becomes a monster. And here, even though Hikaru can win a pawn, this is a tremendously dangerous position for White, as symbolized by the eval bar on the side of the board, being very optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, this one move that the engine is pointing out, Queen D8, looks incredible powerful, attacking the undefended knight on H4, preparing Rook E8. I mean, this just looks like game over, right?
Yeah. So there's some thrilling complications about to happen. And it's very sensible of Hikaru to spend this time now analyzing the options and making sure he chooses the right path. Because this is the kind of position where even though the eval bar right now is very optimistic about White's chances, if you make one little error in judgment, it will just turn around on yourself out of immediately.
And we already see that the bar did not like Hikaru's last move, queenside castles.
Yeah, but is the bar eval bar has been having the hiccups today,
but only when the lines didn't appear for us, right?
Yeah,
I think that's been the okay. So let's see. Hikaru did ignore this F5 push.
Yeah.
So what's happening on E4? Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. So the computers wanted Amin to take this pawn in the center. So it wanted him to take the pawn in the center, and then the idea was that afterwards Black could push this B5 move and try and attack on the side of the board, putting pressure in towards the middle. But it's traditionally you don't want to allow your opponent to have these nice bishops working together with each other. So both players misevaluated this position and thought it was okay for White, with the computer saying, no, this is actually tremendous for Black.
Is this a up and wooden shield or what was going on there?
I'm not sure about the definitions. Chad is going to have to deal with that for me. Instead, Bassem Amin continues forward on the king side, attacking both the bishop and the pawn. Hikaru decides to give up his bishop to make a trade. The main thing about that being that he afterwards then can save his pawn from being captured, pushing that pawn forward, attacking the knight. Now, if the knight retreats, then Hikaru is pretty happy, saying that he has a long-term pressure against this e5 pawn and may also be able to open up in the center in the long term. In addition, maybe trying to make a trade between the two bishops. So instead, Amin, he plays a brilliant move, a pawn sacrifice, pawn to f3, attacking the queen, allowing that pawn to be captured. But with the pawn being taken off the board, the knight now has a square available. It didn't previously. The knight comes into f4, where it cannot be kicked away by a white pawn easily, and where it is putting pressure on the white queen. The queen retreats, and we've joined the current position in the game. Hikaru is up a pawn, but there is some counterplay for the Egyptian here, with the rook pointing down on the
Wow.
F5.
I have to say, John Ludwig, h5 is not a move. I didn't expect that black would be the one trying to open the position in front of his own king. What's h5 about? If I capture that pawn?
I think it's about the bishop pair. So in general, when you have two bishops and your opponent only has one, it's usually beneficial for you to trade pawns, a couple of pawns at the very least, so that the bishops have open diagonals to point down. So right now, this bishop on d7 is being blocked by the pawn on g4, and the bishop on g7 is being blocked by the pawn on e5. Now, when a bishop is blocked by your own pawn, and that pawn cannot move forward, there's not really much you can do about it. But if your bishop is being blocked by the opponent's pawn, there is something you can do about that, which is what Amin did. He pushes his pawn up, tries to make a trade, and if there's a capture, he will recapture. I was going to say with the pawn, but the computer wants to take back with the knight. I'll take with the pawn. That was my first instinct. And that opens up for the bishop. And now together with the knight, they're pointing towards a pawn that is not defended by another pawn, and which then may be some important pressure.
Yeah, I was wondering, okay, of course I'm helped a little bit by the engine here. Can the knight try to jump to f5, the white knight?
Yeah, so knight h4 is being recommended, and then the knight will place itself in the way of this bishop's threats. So actually, I made a mistake here, taking back with a pawn, because then the pawn no longer controls the f5 square. So this is why black should take back with the knight, and the same concept applies. You've opened up more space for the bishop to threaten in towards.
Yeah, very interesting play by, I mean, it's also made Hikaru pause for one of the first times he's played very fast this game. If he doesn't capture on h5, I think rook g1 was suggested by the chat earlier on.
Yeah, rook g1, just keep that pawn protected. If you're not going to trade, this guy needs protection. There's two guys attacking, one defending. Yeah, math tells us that 2 is greater than 1, and as such, you're going to need more defense.
I do like that explanation. Okay, so we talked about taking on h5, playing rook g1. Are there other tempting moves that come to your mind for white?
I mean, g5 potentially, because it limits the scope of this bishop that's already pretty bad. So this bishop right now pointing in towards its own pawn, where could it be? Well, potentially it could find some kind of home here pointing down on white's king. So g5 may be an option here, just saying that this bishop, we're going to try and make this the worst piece in the history of chess. The reason I'm thinking Hikaru will probably not do this is because that bishop actually has a decent home on the d6 square. So like that bishop can find a good position where it's kind of keeping everything protected. And when we play this g5 move, we're giving up any hope of having our rooks pointing down on the black king.
So Hikaru did play rook g1 in the end.
Yeah, rook g1, protecting the pawn, keeping the tension. So Hikaru wants to keep the option of capturing this pawn in the future. He's just not sure he wants to do it right now.
Yeah, and one thing I've been wondering about is that knight on f3, which is undefended. So I feel like I constantly have to look for some discoveries of the knight on f4, but I don't see anything.
Yeah,
okay,
so
what
for
happens
instance,
if knight takes d5?
Yeah. So for instance, knight takes d5 opens up the attack on the knight, but it also allows white's pieces to get into really good positions. So white can just take back with the knight. Yes, we lose this guy, but then we continue forward with an attack on the rook and on the queen at the same time, winning the game just through that fork. So essentially, right now, white's pieces are really bad. Like all of white's pieces are terrible. The queen is being blocked by its own pawn. The bishop is being blocked by its own pawn. The knight is being blocked by its own pawn. This guy is actually pretty good, threatening up the board. But as you said, it's undefended on an open file for the opponent. So it's kind of scary. So essentially what Hikaru is trying to do here is just play the long game. Like Hikaru wants to move his king out in the corner. He wants to move his rook up, his queen over, his pawn up. Basically, long term, I think what Hikaru wants to do is trade these two bishops against each other. And that is precisely what Bassem Amin is trying to prevent with this latest move. Because when this pawn pushes forward, that increases the scope of black's rook and makes it more difficult for Hikaru to get his bishop here to make a trade with black's bishop. Also, this pawn may continue further forward. So I would say here, pawn to a3 is the thematic move for Hikaru.
Okay, so if pawn to a3, which has been played by Hikaru, if I'm black, I would love to get b5 in, but as you have just taught us, John Ludwig, there are currently 3 white pieces looking at b5, only 2 black pieces looking at b5. So mathematically, b5 right now is no good because you have the greater number. And I'm struggling to see how I can get...
Yeah, but... Yeah, but the thing is also, if you play b5, the position opens up for white's pieces. Yeah. So right now we were talking about how white's pieces are being blocked in every direction. But if you make a trade here, all of white's pieces kind of find new good squares to go to. So,
I was hoping that if my rook is on the b5, it might give me some counterplay against the white king, but you're saying the white king is well enough protected.
Yeah. So basically, if this bishop could point down towards the king, it would be very scary. But as long as this black pawn is here, we don't need to be too worried about this king positioning. And I'm going to go back and forth with black to try and illustrate a plan I think Hikaru will want to use. So here I think something like this, it's pretty long, but something like this, like with the knights just finding their as good placements as they can, and then trying to isolate this pawn on the side of the board, making sure that the bishop cannot give protection because of the other knight blockading. I think this kind of plan is what I would recommend for Hikaru. But first, he needs to deal with the threats that Amin is making on the opposite side.
Can we go back just, there was a question in the chat, the move after a3. Someone was asking what would happen after knight takes h3 here, and queen takes and bishop takes g4.
Yeah, so the bishop would then attack both the knight and the queen, but Hikaru has the rook to take out the bishop. And in these trades, it ends up with a situation where Hikaru has two knights in exchange for a rook. And the knights, basically, traditionally, two pieces are considered better than a rook. And this was no exception. In the meantime, we had that situation with the pressure on the g4 pawn. Hikaru retreated his knight to keep that defended. Amin, getting his rook involved, wants to get his rook over to the other side. Hikaru, king to the side. That's part of the plan we were discussing. Maybe afterwards the rook can move to the side and then the queen can come in to create more pressure against this a4 pawn. And right now, both sides are just maneuvering a little bit. And Amin does have the option of closing down everything here. Like, he can go h4 and then like bishop h6. And then we would have a situation where it's just completely shut down the position, but where a plan such as the one we talked about, with the knights getting over to the other side of the board and surrounding this a4 pawn, would come into play. Instead, Amin actually chooses to make the trade here. Hikaru
That's
takes
surprised you, right? Or
pawn.
From your intonation?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's a very tricky position. I don't fully understand what's going on. I do feel like making the trade is a sign of some ambition, because you're essentially, as black, saying, I don't want to shut everything down. I want to have openings for my pieces to infiltrate along this side flank.
We do see, by the way, the players on the camera now. Amin is thinking here after Hikaru recaptured on g4, and he's going to have to think a little bit faster and play a little bit faster, down to just 2.5 minutes. Hikaru, I think, looks very confident right now, or very focused, shall I say. Do you think this trade has improved Hikaru's chances?
I can't tell, but the thing is, Hikaru's up by a pawn. And he's way up on the clock, and he's playing quickly. So all these things put together is reason for optimism. Amin does now maneuver his rook over to the side file. That was clearly the idea he had in mind when he made the trade, instead of shutting down the position. Hikaru still doesn't have a clear method of how to break through into the heart of black's position, but on the other hand, he does have consolidated his position. So Hikaru has this pawn defended, and to be honest, that pawn is the only thing black has any pressure towards.
Queen e1, you're going to have to help me. I'm trying to understand what is the idea behind Queen e1.
I think he's going after the e5 pawn. I think his idea is to go knight b5 and queen c3.
Okay.
But
so
yeah. Okay, it turns out he was headed for this e3 square.
And looking at c5 or what?
Yeah, and this is kind of clever, because like this pawn on c5 can be easily defended by the pawn. But if black were to move the pawn forward here, it would block the rook. And you don't want to be doing that. So
That's
instead,
Amin
moving the queen out, and now Hikaru starts maneuvering the knight. Now, I had this idea of getting the knights up to b5, but I'm thinking right now, considering this move g5 that was made, I probably want to get to this f5 square instead. And that's precisely where Hikaru is headed.
It feels like the last few moves somehow have gone a little bit in Hikaru's direction. I'm not saying he's necessarily much better now, but at least the pieces start to have a bit more purpose and there's more of a plan.
Oh, Hikaru is completely winning.
Oh,
Yeah, no, well, the eval bar has been very
yeah.
optimistic for a very long time. It's just difficult to realize sometimes why it's so optimistic. But now with this plan Hikaru has of getting the knight to f5, we're realizing, oh, that's what he's doing. And this knight coming into the heart of Black's position, that's just going to be devastating to deal with.
Yeah, so let's see after f3.
So now something like queen f2, so that
Knight
the queen
G3.
moves itself out of the way so that the knight can come in.
Just a second to welcome a newbie to the chat. Nefsis is saying, I'm a newbie. What does Blitz and Rapid mean? So Blitz is the Blitz and Rapid on 2 faster time controls than classical chess. Rapid, there are different time controls. In this case, it is 15 minutes per player plus 3 seconds per move, and Blitz is even faster. So those are the 3 time controls that are played over the board: classical, rapid, and Blitz. Online, of course, there's also Bullet, but that's another beast.
And yeah, we're waiting here to see how Hikaru maneuvers his horses. But I'm feeling very optimistic that he's going to get a second win in a row. And actually, Bassem Amin had more points than Hikaru when this round started. So when Hikaru wins this game, he's getting ahead of a guy with 2.5 points, showcasing how important it is to get wins as the tournament progresses, because not only are you boosting your own score, you're pushing the opposition further back.
Absolutely. We never got around to talking about, how many players are there even still in the lead. So going into this 4th round, there were 9 players left on a perfect score. We'll see once Hikaru's game is over what's going on the top boards. For now, knight e3, and that knight is well on its way to f5. And while earlier it was not so easy, it was more difficult to find moves for Hikaru. Right now, I'm not clear, John Ludwig, what Black should do.
Yeah, no, it's problems, and now this file on the edge of the board. When Black opened this, they thought that, oh, I'm going to enjoy putting my pieces here on the side. But now there's a problem, which is that you also need to protect on the other side. So with this rook a8 move, Amin is saying, oh, I can get my rook over to this side and take control. But this rook actually needs to kind of stay put to defend the pawn. So Hikaru now patiently getting ready to challenge that side rook for control of the h-file.
So rook h3, attacking the pawn on f3, and Hikaru instantly. I mean, it's such a nice position to play for white, because you always have your extra pawn, and you also have plenty of time. You're not in a rush, because there is no immediate action that Black can take. You don't need to rush to play knight f5. You can play simple moves like rook f1 to just defend the pawn, and then slowly. I'm sure Hikaru is enjoying himself a great deal right now.
Yeah, there's an additional idea of moving precisely that rook, because the d1 square where the rook was located previously, that's the square we want to use for our queen, because then the queen will be able to attack together with the bishop and the knight towards this pawn on the side of the board. And Black's position is collapsing, because there's not enough defenders of this a4 pawn, and Hikaru will be capturing that in 2 moves.
I see. Yeah, that's a very nice point, this vacation. Can you use vacating? Can you use it as a noun? Like the vacation of d1? Yeah? Okay.
Vacate. Okay, that I'm not sure.
Probably not, actually. But the vacating of the d1 square, a great plan by Hikaru. Maybe queen d1 will just be played now. What did he He
Rook
played Rook
H1
H1.
played by Hikaru because now the other rook is not able to back up the first rook. If I was Hikaru, I probably would have just moved the queen here. I'm so eager to capture pawns. Bassem Amin moving his queen one step forward. Hikaru now going to play queen to d1. And this pawn on a4 is a goner. There's just nothing you can do to defend it.
And that's going to be pawn number 2. By the way, thanks, chat. I think the vacancy is, probably not the vacation. Vacation is nice too, but it's something else. Okay, Rook H4. Yeah, evacuation. I was thinking, actually. Maybe evacuation. Okay, whatever. D1 has been freed. The queen has made its way there. We are now putting huge pressure on A4. Can we just take the pawn now?
No, I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not sure. So if now this pawn is captured on the side of the board, I suspect... where did my... Oh, sorry. My board is acting up. Okay, knight f5 has been played instead. A sensible move by Hikaru, just making a threat towards that black rook. Bassem Amin is sacrificing the rook because he knows that he will then get a pawn on its way forward, trying to become a new queen. But in doing so, he got this other rook ready to protect, which means that Hikaru can capture the pawn on the side afterwards. Good fighting, I think, by Bassem Amin, because this pawn is really, really difficult to deal with. And now also the knight on f4 is really strong. So I'm guessing Hikaru will want to make some trades, maybe get rid of that really strong black knight.
In other news, a certain Magnus Carlsen is the first player at the top to get to a perfect 4 out of 4. So it's a very good news that Hikaru looks like he's on his way to win this game, because you were saying Hikaru should try to always stay at least within a 1-point striking distance of Magnus. Rook H1, Queen F6. Now what? How do we continue? Queen E1, put some pressure there.
Yeah, I think pressure the pawn, force the pawn to move forward, and then we try and trade the knight. Hikaru instead, queen to f1. Fair enough. There's no real rush.
What's the idea?
Yeah, knight d1. Yeah, I like this. We already had one knight coming up to the f5 square. Now it's time for the second. Or do I like this? Because if it comes here, then Bassem Amin will probably just capture it. The position is much trickier than what the eval bar may tell us. Hikaru has absolutely no control of the dark squares on the board. And as a consequence, look at these squares I'm highlighting. There's nothing Hikaru can do to gain control there, which means like the black bishop coming up to g5, this black knight, there's no way for white to kick out these very well-played pieces. So despite Hikaru being up 2 pawns and a rook in exchange for a bishop, it's not clear how he proceeds to win the game.
Here's
regardless.
A question. Can we sack on h4 at some point? Let's say queen e1 or queen f2. But c4 is also under.
Yeah.
But as a long-term plan, let's pretend I defend c4 and attack. Oh,
Hikaru's just going for it. Hikaru with a double threat, the queen attacking the pawn on c5 and the pawn on h4, giving up this white pawn. And honestly, I'm not sure Hikaru's even going to sacrifice his rook on this pawn. The computer recommends this sacrifice, but I think for Hikaru, it might just as well be about giving up a pawn so that his rook can get across and attack over here. No, okay. He does sacrifice on the side of the board, giving away a rook for a bishop. That's okay because he was already up by a rook versus a bishop. So what Hikaru is doing right now is making a breakthrough with his queen in behind enemy lines and towards a black king that's has no pawns nearby to defend it.
I like how I not accidentally stumbled upon the right idea, but I did not think I could afford to give up the pawn on c4. But I think this shows us just how big a problem this blockade of the dark square was, and how a player like Hikaru understands, how much he can afford to give up just to break down that control. And as you were highlighting, I mean, look at the king on f7. It's completely on its own at this point. Okay, white only has the queen, but the queen is a pretty powerful piece. Can we start pushing that cheap pawn already, or how do we want to? Do we give a check on h7?
Probably start with a check, yeah. Just to see where black is putting the king. I would really like to capture this pawn on e5. And since the pawn is standing alone in the middle, that feels very doable. Maybe I'll even go queen h5 check and just immediately point in towards the e5 pawn. And the king actually moves so that Hikaru is able to take this pawn and give a check. That's very generous. I'm going to take that without thinking. Hikaru being more cautious, he does think before doing it. And now either knight e3 or pawn to d6. Both of these moves look devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering when Amin played knight e2, it's so nice to know that even if the knight comes to d4, which is the most annoying square I can think of, that we always have knight e3, and knight e3 does three things. It protects c2, it protects from the check on f1, and it attacks the queen. So very nice square for the white knight.
And that is probably gonna end the game. I mean, at this point, Hikaru is up 2 pawns, and he has managed to break down the blockade black had on the dark squares. Previously, I was saying that all of these squares were firmly in black's hands. Well, now there's not a single black piece attacking any of these squares. The only thing that remains is the square on d4. Black is trying to maneuver a knight to that square, but it's too little, too late. And it looks as though Hikaru now is going to maybe push forward in the center. There's probably so many ways to win this position. That's the problem for Hikaru right now. He needs to figure out what is the easiest way of the many, many, many possible.
By the way, there's a lot of subs just coming in. Rostad on Twitch, G the Stud, special shout out. G the Stud always throws in some Luxembourgish for me from Google Translate. Sneyman. So thanks a lot, everyone, once again. We can't call out everyone, but we see you all and we appreciate the support. Hikaru, no. What did Hikaru play actually?
I think he's still thinking.
Oh, he's still thinking.
Oh, and he does decide to go for this pawn advance in the center. Risky play in that it gives away the pawn on d5, but it also does open up for the bishop to get involved. And there's a probable checkmate on the board coming up. Bishop check, king moves, queen check, king moves. Bishop moves, king moves, pawn moves, pawn is captured, bishop, attacking queen, attacking king, and that's the game right there. So Hikaru just going to calculate these variations, and then Amin will have to resign.
And Hikaru is going to move to 3 out of 4 with 1 game to go today. We are going to wait until...
Yeah, this one was even better. that Hikaru plays, because now if the king moves back, it's simply a checkmate on the board, the queen controlling every direction in
And
towards this black king.
And if the queen blocks?
If the queen blocks, then we make the trade, and then there's a free bishop waiting for us at the end. So nice. Hikaru, he gets the checkmate, but Amin does go with the king back, the bishop coming in, confirms the result. Checkmate coming up in 2 moves. Hikaru had pre-moved those 2 moves in his head, and Bassem Amin resigns Hikaru up to 3 points out of 4.
Very, very nice comeback for Hikaru, who wins 2 games in a row after starting with 2 draws. Meanwhile, in the leading group, as I mentioned, Magnus Carlsen is on 4 out of 4. Jordan van Foreys beating Vladislav Artemiev, also on 4 out of 4. I believe the game between Arjun, has beaten Rapport and is also on 4 out of 4. So let's go to board 3, Vladimir Feroseyev against Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, I search Sarin. Yes, I got it.
Okay, so looks fairly even at first sight, 4 pawns each. Do you think any side can be better here, and why?
Well, any side can definitely be better. Well, not any side. One side can be better, and that's black. But the thing is, so white had all their pawns on the same color as the bishop. So the bishop is kind of being blocked in every direction. If black wanted to win, they needed to move their king up and then try and create a passed pawn on the side of the board. Something like this. This was the way to try and win with black. However, Nihal decided that I'm just going to go for a draw. He allows white to capture 1 pawn, and then afterwards there's a trade in the middle, and with a rook each and both players having 3 pawns on the side of the board, on the same side of the board, this ends up in a draw.
Okay, so a draw was agreed here. Maybe we can move on to board 7, where Rasmus Vane is playing against Fabiano Caruana. We were talking about opposite colored bishop endings earlier. This one, it's 2 extra pawns for black, but can we somehow push the pawns through?
No, and the answer to that is no. So this is going to be an easy draw for white. You're just going to move your bishop back and forth here. And the idea is that once Caruana tries to help his pawn forward by moving the king back, then we will rush our king into the corner and just sit and wait. So if now king a4, then we move our king up. So the idea here is to get to something like this, where the king tucks itself into the corner. And even though black here has a strategy black has a strategy for how you can use your king to assist 1 pawn while the bishop is protecting the other one. So black here manages to get a situation where the bishop has to sacrifice itself. But as you were talking about in one of the earlier games, when the pawn is promoting on a square opposite the color of the bishop, it turns out this edge pawn cannot win. Despite having a pawn and bishop more, black cannot win the game, because at best, what you can get here is stalemate. Every time you approach this situation, every time you try and kind of force this king into submission, it will just hide in the corner, and you have to avoid stalemate. So you have to move back, and then the king can always either go into the corner or get out, because otherwise it's stalemate. It's a really neat trick to know, and that's the reason there's not going to be any progress in this game.
Okay, so maybe we can move on from here because it looks to me like Rasmus knows the technique and Fabi will keep trying for a bit. If something happens, I'll bring us back here. But there's an interesting endgame on board 9 between Shimanov and Vidit. So maybe we can go there instead.
A bishop pair against a player who does not have a bishop pair on an open board. This is scary indeed. Vidit trying to defend with his knight and bishop. H5 was not played. Ooh, interesting play by Shimanov, just making sure he gets his king back into the center of the board. I like this play from the Russian Grandmaster. Vidit is in all sorts of trouble here right now. He's being saved temporarily by this bishop having control of the h5 square. Now the big question is, do you go with the knight to capture the pawn on the side of the board? You probably have to. So knight here is going to attack the pawn, then bishop here will help the pawn forward. And we're going to get a really interesting situation with 2 bishops against knight and 2 pawns.
Do you know if the 2 pawns fall? I think 2 bishops against knight is winning, if I'm not mistaken.
2 bishops against knight is winning, but I'm not sure it's winning in 50 moves.
Okay, but still, against a computer, maybe not in 50 moves, but as a human, I guess it might be very difficult to hold on to the knight for 50 plus moves.
Or maybe it's really difficult finding all the kind of right maneuverings with the bishops. It's going to be an interesting finish.
Well, first of all, we have to see if we even get to that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this pawn on the side of the board is being eliminated. But then the question is, while black is busy over here capturing this one, what can white do on the opposite side?
And by the way, Shimpa...
King e3?
Is Hikaru playing again? There is one more game coming up today. So this is the end of round 4, and we will get one more game. The 5th round will be played once this one is concluded. So knight takes...
Yeah, Shimanov doesn't even try. This king e3 move was one of the strangest things I've ever seen. So Shimanov just decides to trade his bishop, and the game is a draw.
That is bizarre.
You're going to take this one and then take this one. And, well, at the end of all of this, there's going to be nothing left but kings. So the players have agreed to a draw, and Vidit escapes a difficult situation. Yeah,
so that was the last board of the top 10. I'll have a look soon, but just so for the standings, only 3 players remain on a perfect score after round 4. Carlsen, Van Forest, and Arjun Erigaisi. Is there anything else still going? I think there's a rook ending on board. Ahmed Ali is the next one I see that is still going on board 45.
A rook endgame, both players having 2 pawns each, but some advantage for white because of this pawn trying to make it over and become a new queen. How do you make a draw here with the black pieces in the most accurate fashion? I gotta admit, I'm not sure. And I'm not sure that move is it. Well, that's a tremendously passive move.
Rook endings are so hard. I got a new, in my mid-30s, suddenly I thought, let me work on my chess again. And I started in the lead up to last year's Olympiad work with a coach a little bit. And we did a couple of sessions on rook endings. And I found it interesting, but I also thought, if I ever get to my own games, I'll never remember this.
It's worth noting here that if white tries to activate the king, this is suddenly a winning position for black after rook f8.
Is it though?
Okay, apparently it's not winning, but it's at least a draw.
How is it not winning? It looks so winning.
I think you just sit and wait. Well, it's probably more difficult than what I made it out to be right now here, but yeah, that was
you'll
not
still
it.
have
Yeah,
to.
no,
You'll have to suffer. I mean, the engine still says draw, but
no. Yeah, just don't do that. Don't move your king up. Yeah, this is more clever. The rook comes to give a check, and then you move the king up. The problem then being that black has now been able to get their king next to the white pawn. So that kind of takes care of a very important part of this. And now rook g7 on the table, about to be played. Yeah, maybe white should be scared. White is about to lose this.
I would be scared. Can I play king g3 and be safe or no?
Oh yeah, king g3. Yeah, that's safe. Because then if here you take. Yeah, that's clever. That's probably what white should do. No, white goes with the king up. What now if the trade? Oh, then white wins after pawn up. And then king up again.
Oh, this is insane. And you get mated, yeah?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Incredible stuff. Okay. Now, it turns out rook endgames, even with very few pieces left, there's a lot of intrigue happening. And now after rook h6, the king goes back and then rook g6. And there's the trade of rooks. And the pawn is pushing. But I guess you can take this one and then you can give a check and then go back.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is petering out. The pawn has been captured. Black will try to get a new queen, but white will be able to get back in time. This is going to be a rook versus rook situation. And these two players, both grandmasters, one from Mongolia and one from Egypt, they're going to have to agree to a draw.
Yeah, I think unlike Title Tuesdays, where we see rook against rook being played for a million moves every single week, I think here we will see a handshake. Please don't prove me wrong, guys.
Yeah, this game is over. No more moves coming in. A draw has been agreed.
Is Bobby okay? Let's give our Australian fans something to cheer for. Bobby Chang with the white pieces against Igor Korelsky, another rook ending, this time a double rook ending.
White is down a pawn, but once again, we're showcasing that it's not necessarily about how many pawns you have. It's about whether that pawn can become a new queen. And that is certainly the case here for Bobby Chang. This pawn is making its way forward and will become a new queen. It's perfectly supported by both of white rooks. One rook supporting from behind, the other one supporting from the side, and white will win this game.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, it's one of probably one of very few top events that is actually not a bad time zone.
No.
What happened?
My bad. The eval bar is seriously sick.
Shout out to all our Australian fans and viewers. Let us know in the chat how many Aussies do we have here cheering on Bobby Chang and the other players. For once, it's not a bad time zone for them, as the F pawn here is going to become a new queen very soon, and Bobby Chang will wrap this one up. It's 1:30 a.m. That's not so bad, right? One more round. At 3 a.m. you can go to bed.
It's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah,
like even when we're like, oh, this is optimal. I was
trying to pretend. Oh yeah, I knew this.
Optimal timing for the Aussies, but no, it's still in the middle of the night.
But it started at an optimal. I mean, when did we start? We started 5.5 hours ago, so it would have been 8 p.m. it started for them. Better than the 4 a.m. in on the East Coast.
Yeah, that's true. 5 rounds today. Yes, Fort Mobile. 5 rounds today. One more round remaining. And those games are probably going to start in about 15 to 20 minutes. And in this position, it's game over. Bobby Cheng has won. His king is about to take out this black pawn. And with a rook versus one pawn, there's just nothing to do about it.
Very nice technique by Bobby Cheng, who wins this game. Toxosisto, thanks for informing me. According to the viewer geolocation, there is 98 people watching from Australia. So shout out to all Australians. Let me see if there's any more games, but is this one still going? Moisenko, move 96. Moisenko against Alisher Suleimanov, who actually I have met. He played Reykjavik Open a few years ago. He is a local player from Kazakhstan. Lovely guy, very close to becoming a GM. But here, oh no, he is black. I was saying here he's suffering, but he's black. Well, but once again,
there's no suffering involved, I assure you. This is a very easy draw.
And no suffering involved for white either.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. Are there any tricks? No, none at all.
Well, I mean, he's going to go with the king over to this side. So this is the only way he can try and make any progress here. But let's just say there's probably something white can do in the meantime. It's a bit of a time-consuming plan. And one of the things you can do as white is just follow the king. So like when black now moves the king back, you follow. Black tries to go over here, you follow. But then black can try to get across here, but then you take the pawn. So, yeah. This is a classic blockading defense for the these endgames, where you just follow the opponent's king all the way, so that the opponent can never try and get over to the other side. Moisenko has decided not to defend in my recommended fashion. So now black is going to be able to get the king over. I'm not sure I felt that was super accurate play, but it's probably still no issue. So now bishop b7, yes, and then you go and you try to do this, but it feels like white will probably be able to do something in the meantime.
When was the last, let me see, when was the last pawn?
Well, capture? Pawn to h3 was
pawn h3
99.
Oh, yeah.
So, given that Moisenko has not really displayed in something even resembling proper technique, I would say that this game could go on for some time longer.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he's making it kind of interesting, because now king d4, like there's stuff like this, where there's like, if it was black to move, this would be winning, because now the bishop cannot protect. But since it's white to move, you manage just in time to get your bishop out of there while still keeping that control.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I mean, if I were black, I would maybe feel like, okay, maybe like.
Actually everything everything I did on the analysis board happened in the game, and Moisenko, he defended properly and now takes out this last black pawn, after which there are only a bishop and kings remaining, and the game ended in a draw.
By the way, the chat just pointing out a player I have to admit I'd never heard of, also local Kazakhstan IM, Aristanbek Razayev, who's on 3.5 out of 4, only drawing against Salem Saleh and then beating Andrekin and Shankland on the trot. So that's very, very impressive. For sure, and we will see him take on one of the top players in the next round.
Maybe
Hikaru. But can Hikaru float?
No,
can he float twice? No, right?
He cannot.
But someone to keep an eye on for sure. We are going to take a break now before the 5th and final round of the day. Remember, Hikaru is on 3 out of 4, 1 point behind the leaders. He will be needing all your support for this final game to try and end the day on a 3rd consecutive win. We'll be back with that game in around 10 minutes, so we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to the fifth and final round of the day of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship. John Ludwig Hikaru is on 3 out of 4, and in this last game of the day, he will be playing black against young Alexander Donchenko from Germany. Your thoughts on this upcoming game?
It's going to be interesting. I think the players are going to be quite exhausted at this point. It's been 6 hours since we started out today. The players have spent a lot of mental energy. One thing is playing one game for 6 hours. Everyone here can do that. But playing 5 games in more than 6 hours, that takes some extra skill, because it means you have to forget about your losses, the things you're disappointed about. You need to reset for the next games. And this is the only day that they're going to be playing 5 games. So tomorrow and the day thereafter, it's going to be 4 games per day. And that means this extra 5th game, it's going to be very dependent on the players' energy levels and whether they have more in them to fight. Donchenko is a very, very good player, but I think Hikaru's approach will be very important. If Hikaru is tired and feels like, I have the black pieces here, I'm going to be happy just to make a draw and go to the next games, that could be one approach. But on the other hand, Hikaru 1 point behind Magnus. Magnus seems to be in incredible shape. You can't afford to give away points against anyone. You need the win. So maybe Hikaru brings out a King's Indian like Bassem Amin did in the previous game. That's where I'm feeling the excitement right now.
Yeah, and it will also be similarly interesting to see what approach does Magnus take on the top board with the black pieces. Let's remind everyone, we have 3 players left on a perfect score, 4 out of 4. That's Erik Geisi, Magnus Carlsen, and Jordan van Forees. And Magnus is also black against Erik Geisi and will face a similar dilemma maybe. And we have
many moves. The relay has been iffy, to say the least. And initially here, it said that Hikaru had won the game. That was incorrect. But here we have the moves coming in from Donchenko, the English opening, the knights being brought out from both players. All the knights coming in here. And in the English opening, this is naturally called the 4 knights English. Donchenko plays a bit of an unusual move, pawn to e4, just immediately grabbing control here of that d5 square. Bishop out from Hikaru, putting pressure on white's knight. Donchenko making sure that everything is protected. Hikaru doing the same, creating that chain of pawns working together, protecting each other up the board. And when Donchenko challenges the black bishop, Hikaru decides not to go for the trade, but rather put that bishop 1 step back. And white continues then up, pushing the bishop around, trying to capture it with the knight. Hikaru then moves the bishop around. The bishop can be captured, but thus far, Donchenko is opting not to capture the bishop in the center, and Hikaru then instead takes out the knight that had the option to capture it in the middle. And after that, Hikaru has created an escape square for the bishop in the corner and then pushes his knight up in the center. Very, very unorthodox play here from both sides. And yeah, we're seeing a fight. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure who's going to go for the win here, but both players are going for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, very unorthodox. Also, both players have been playing very fast. Look at Hikaru, up to 16 minutes and a half. John Ludwig, I have to ask you, we've talked so much during our commentary today, but also last time about the bishop pair. What do you make of the white bishops on d1, c1?
Well, right now they're not very impressive. The bishops don't really like to be on the edge, and actually bishops don't even like to be in the middle of the board, which sounds weird. But look at this bishop. It's standing in the middle, but it's pointing to the edge. So this is why the fianchetto idea is so popular, because even though you put your bishop on the side of the board, the bishop is pointing in towards the middle. So these bishops are pointing towards the side of the board, not necessarily so impressive. But on the other hand, they have that potential in them to become really, really good in the future. And I got to say, I'm liking Donchenko's position here. I feel like he has a lot of interesting possibilities with this move f4, trying to open up the position and trying to create an attack down this f-file with the rook pointing on black's pieces and also in the vicinity of the king.
Yeah, you will not be surprised when I tell you that I was looking at f4 as well. In case you didn't realize, f4 is my favorite move in chess. Oh my goodness, I don't know if you can hear this. There's a hailstorm just starting here. So if anyone was wondering what's going on, maybe my mic won't pick it up. And I was wondering, how would Hikaru meet f4? But Alexander has different ideas. He goes queen e1.
A very, very mysterious move. I think the idea is that he wants to recapture with a bishop on this f4 square. So he's getting ready to push up, but he doesn't want to make the commitment just yet. And he also wants to put the queen on g3 so that the queen can point down on the black king. But if I'm Hikaru now, I think an additional idea is going bishop to g5. Yes. Also bishop to g5 and just trade for the knight.
By the way, John Ludwig, just to interrupt you for 1 second, but I saw chat was saying something very interesting, and I quickly went to double check it was true. It was true. So shout out to Theo 12900. Up to queen e1, so up to c5, there was only one game in this position, and that game is Levon Aronian as white and Alexander Donchenko as black.
Wow.
And in that game, Aronian, he didn't go queen e1, he went queen a2. Queen
a2. Wow, that is such an Aronian move to make, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so the queen steps back. Hikaru makes the trade between these two pawns sitting up against each other. The only way that trade makes sense to me is if you follow it up with the next trade and then get all your pieces pointing in towards this c4 pawn. But instead, Hikaru now moves his knight back. So Hikaru wants to avoid this bishop coming out and making a trade. Yeah, no, this is a really complicated position.
I'm still perplexed that nobody, that Levon against Donchenko. And that game, by the way, a lot of these games we see often they're like online Blitz or something, but it was actually the FIDE Grand Prix last year. So a very serious game. I'm curious as to why none of them tried this f4. Is it too late for f4, by the way?
Well, now I'm concerned playing f4, because if you play this move now, black will capture, and then black will get this knight on a really nice placement in the middle of the board. But on the other hand, then maybe you can capture and try and block out the black bishop. It's just a really tricky position because there are so many squares available to both pieces. Like black has this square for the knight where there are no white pawns that can push it away. But likewise, white has this square on d5 where there are no black pawns in a position to push away. And here Donchenko chooses to make a trade between the pawns on the queen side. That's also surprising to me. I guess his idea is that when Hikaru now recaptures, white will get the bishop out to b3, and then this bishop will try to come into the center, going from being on the edge of the board to being in the smack dab middle here on d5.
Are you saying we started the day with a wooden shield and we'll end the day with a wooden shield?
Yeah, maybe. Is the bishop on d5 a shield though, with the pawn blockading?
Blocked,
yeah, the pawn is blockading the bishop from going back.
Maybe I forgot the definition.
Okay, Donchenko now chooses to go f4.
Okay.
But then why would you make this trade first? No, it's just a really interesting position. If I'm Hikaru now, this pawn needs to be captured. Like, if white is allowed to go f5, it's game over. Like,
you think that bad?
Yeah, no, it's really, really bad. And this has been seen, and there's so many examples of one player just getting that upper hand with the space. Yeah, it's just game over. So I'm surprised Hikaru is thinking here. He absolutely has to capture this pawn.
Can he consider going f5, or is that completely insane?
Ooh, that's a good call. f5. Yeah, well, he needs to stop white from going f5, but maybe he can do this himself. In general, we talked about how when getting rid of pawns often favors the player who has the bishop pair. Because often the pawns will be blocking the bishops, and when the pawns are traded off, the bishops can really reign the board afterwards. So maybe that's a reason for this not being good. Also indicated by the eval bar. That
what were we saying? Just capture.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that. Just capture. And what I am saying is that if you do something other than f5 or capturing, that's just a complete disaster. If white is allowed to go f5, that's almost game over.
There was a question in the chat wondering if g6 was an idea, but I guess g6 doesn't really stop f5. If anything, maybe even makes it stronger.
More powerful, yeah. Because then white can afterwards open up the situation on their terms. So yeah, that wouldn't really help. But what was the point, and we talked about this earlier also, is that after the trade, there opens up a square on e5 for the knight, which is what Hikaru now did. So Hikaru gets two well-placed knights in the center. And yeah, now he's threatening a pawn.
Yeah, so white needs to... I'm starting to like Hikaru's position, actually. It feels like the pieces are working together quite well. On the other hand, white's bishops have also opened up a little bit. Queen g3, I think, makes a lot of sense. Defending d3, looking down the g file. Bishop h6, is it a threat already? Maybe not.
And here's your move.
f5. Okay, this game is really wild. And f5 was played so fast, which...
Yeah. I think that's a sign that he feels he's in trouble. I feel like f5, I don't know, it just feels like it can't really be the right move. It's kind of like an equalizing move. It's one of those moves where it's either you're in big trouble or you manage to kind of claw it out to a draw. Because like white can just sit here and wait. If you capture, then the knight just gets into a better position. And now the computer is joining us, and it's saying that white has a significant edge in this situation. It's not easy though, because this bishop on d1 is a terrible, terrible, terrible bishop, and the computer is suggesting repeatedly to move this bishop to h5, which there's no human player in the world who's going to do that. I always jinx myself on these kind of very assertive comments.
It's funny. It's happened. And what is funny, you did it twice today, and both times it was Donchenko. The two times you said, this isn't going to happen, it was him every time.
Wow, Donchenko, huh? Okay, I have no idea. Yeah. What is this bishop doing here? Like, it's not even pointing towards anything.
I'm not sure.
It's on the edge of the board. It can be kicked out. Okay, apparently Donchenko is just very good at chess. Who knows?
Will we see the follow-up idea now? I'm king.
Yeah, so
Could it be something? Could it be something to do bishop h5 with stopping g6?
I don't know. Stopping queen e8, maybe?
Stopping queen e8, yeah.
I don't know why you would want to do that anyway, though.
Maybe his only idea was just to prove you wrong, as the chat is pointing out.
Yeah. No, I'm still not sure what this bishop is doing here. Maybe he's just moving his rook into the center, and then the bishop is going back. Like maybe the reason.
I mean, it's the only square for the bishop, right?
It's the only square where it's not being captured. So like he could go here. I was suggesting this move at some point, but then Hikaru can capture and maybe, I don't know, get his bishop into the center. I mean, I didn't think that making the trade bishop for knight, I didn't think that was too bad. But yeah, maybe he just wanted to get the bishop out of the way so that the rook could come in afterwards. Now he's coming with the knight.
Okay, knight d5. I'm always, every move, I'm wondering, is there a concrete threat already for white?
Well, I mean, this knight in the center has been available to capture repeatedly. But you don't want to capture it because then you give away this bishop controlling the dark squares. And like black has such good dark square control that you don't want to give away this bishop without having anything proper to follow up. And right now, this move g6 trying to kick out the bishop, then you would capture in the center. Because then it's opened up a way to attack the black king.
Yeah.
So Hikaru cannot play g6. And he cannot move this knight back.
So let's,
Yeah, he cannot move this knight because then the pawn is lost.
Yeah,
is Hikaru just struggling to move a single piece?
He is thinking right now. I mean, the position is not fun, to say the least. What if no.
I was thinking maybe bishop
Okay,
e8.
we've had a couple of moves. So he took on e4.
Yeah. The trade in the center opens up for the rook, but it also opens up for white's rook against black's rook. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. White may try to get both rooks over here and attack down this file. Hikaru then retreats his knight. So now this guy is defended very well. And the bishop can take over the knight's positioning, and then the rook can get involved as well. To me, this feels kind of sensible, but the computer is still really liking white's setup.
One factor is that the bishop pair, you know, when I asked you earlier, when the bishop pair was on d1, c1, it didn't look great. Right now, it looks like a different. It looks like a different piece.
It doesn't, though. I don't think so. Like, no? I think they're kind of pointing a bit strangely, but
they're
at the same time,
away a lot of. They're restricting our play quite a bit, no?
Yeah. Well, and also the knight in the center is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Both players get to have a beautiful knight in the center, and then white also gets to have the bishop pair. I think one of the key elements here is that one of Hikaru's plans is to get the bishop in the middle. But if you do that, so like if the rook moves, the bishop comes into the middle. Now that the knight cannot move to the middle, then bishop e2 is really powerful. Because then the bishop goes back, attacks the black pawn, and this wouldn't really be a thing in this position, the current position, right? If white wants to draw now, you just go bishop e2. The knight comes up, attacks the bishop, and defends the pawn. And the bishop returns, and then we can go back and forth and get a draw. But when the bishop tries to replace the knight's positioning, that means that white can go and attack. So, he goes for the draw. Good news for Hikaru. This was not a good position. This was not a good position. I think it's good.
He will go for the draw, actually.
Oh, really? Who? Which one do you think is not going to go for the draw?
Donchenko, I think. I mean, I'm not sure yet but I don't think he will repeat.
Yeah.
Chat thinks Hikaru will not take it. I mean, okay, bishop h5 has been played.
So far, 2 times. 2 times the same position. Can we get a third? Going once. Going twice.
Okay, if he goes bishop e2, is it already? I'm so bad at this.
No, but like Hikaru's position is troublesome.
No, I know, but what I'm saying, if he goes bishop, if Alexander plays bishop e2 now, is knight d4 already a draw? No, right?
No, Donchenko is the one to decide whether he wants, so he can still go back, and then he can make the decision now whether he wants to make the draw, or maybe he wants to keep this pressure on the b5 pawn and go for the win.
So what I said that he wouldn't make the draw, right? I mean, I think it would be good for Hikaru if he made it, but I know Alexander quite well. As I mentioned to you on the break, we've been teammates in the French league for a number of years.
But they played for 6.5 hours today.
Yeah, but he's young, you know? He's younger than
He's not
all
that
of us.
young.
Not that young, but how old is he?
He's like born in 99, no?
He's born in 98. He's 24. Young enough to have energy still.
Yeah, apparently. Because
unlike us.
Donchenko has gone for the win. Donchenko has avoided the repetition.
I never get the chance to say I told you on commentary so often, so I'll use my chance. Told you so.
Fiona using her inside knowledge of the young chess players.
But what is going on now?
Correctly saying that Donchenko is going for the win. Donchenko is down 4 minutes on the clock, though.
But he's very ambitious, and he's not someone who's afraid of risk, you know? Like, that's one of the things that I was basing myself on. Like, he will never be happy to bail out, let's say, and be like, let me not take this risk. Especially when playing someone like Hikaru, I think he will understand that he's better, and he will want to try and get the full point.
Yeah.
But what's going on there? So queen c8 offering a trade of queens?
Yeah, Hikaru's playing very quickly. I think Hikaru's kind of insulted that Donchenko thinks he can win. And now Hikaru's going to flag him as his revenge. That's my prediction. And I'm looking forward to you having to admit that I was right.
Well, I never said that's not going to happen.
Okay. Do you think that's not going to happen?
Yeah, I do think it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen. So if Hikaru flags, I'll happily admit that
okay.
I was wrong.
What is going on here? Why is Hikaru allowing this really bad pawn structure? I am so confused right now. And how is Donchenko saying no to the draw and then playing this move?
I am also confused.
That is the most wimpy move I have ever seen.
Ever.
Okay, no, that's not true. But it's one of the...
Top 5, let's say.
Yeah.
Top 10. Okay. Top
no,
10.
But now Hikaru should go for the win, because now his position isn't even objectively bad. Like, his bishop is not super well placed, but neither is white's.
I mean, bishop e5 really is a very strange move. I think it's a move that we are very, very happy to see here, because I think it's probably the first time in the game that Hikaru is fine.
Yeah. And like often these knights protecting each other, you call it like that they're stepping on each other's toes. You have two knights and you have one good square. And both knights cannot both be on this e5 square. So you welcome white making a trade of this dark squared bishop, the bishop pair, because you say, well, now I'm still getting my knight in the center and I'm happy to do that. I think if Donchenko wanted to play it safe, he could have just traded queens.
It's bizarre. I see in the chat Shiny Triangles is saying Donchenko about to snatch a loss from the jaws of victory. We've seen it so often, time and time again. I don't think here Hikaru even did that much. This really seems very self-inflicted by Donchenko.
And now Donchenko's plan is definitely trying to capture this pawn on b5, but then Hikaru can move the rook up, sacrifice this pawn, and then get the knight forward. The knight, the bishop, the rook working together. I mean, I could see Hikaru winning this in the time scramble.
Yeah. I wonder if this is maybe what Alexander underestimated. The power of these pieces working together. Maybe he thought from a distance, I'll get to the b5 pawn.
Yeah, maybe. And also, like, now you're going for the trades, and it's like, well, if you wanted to make trades, you could have made a draw just 2 moves prior. So he really had a change of heart 2 moves after. He had the option to just go for a draw. No, 1 move after.
Something is very weird here. I see in the chat Fabio is saying greetings from Luxembourg. I never know if I'm being trolled because there are so few Luxembourg people. But if you're genuinely in Luxembourg, greetings. Greetings of Luxembourg. Okay, bishop e2 and Hikaru is going to play rook c2. I mean, what else?
Yeah, because otherwise this pressure on the b pawn is a problem. Oh, Hikaru does try to defend it. I do understand the inkling to not lose your pawn, especially when that would allow your opponent to get a dangerous pawn behind. But now, how are you going to go for the win with Donchenko going to oppose the other black rook with one of his rooks? How are you even keeping control of the C file?
I'm starting to think this will just be a draw quite soon. Like it's sort of petering out these last, well, just the last couple of moves since rook b8.
No, but this could be troublesome for black.
How?
Well, what are you doing about the threat rook takes rook and then bishop takes pawn? H5. Wow. Yeah, that's a desperate move. Ooh, but maybe it's a clever move. So now if Donchenko captures this pawn, Hikaru will make a trade, and then he'll move the knight in to attack the rook and also going after this f2 pawn, f2 square. But Donchenko can then attack the bishop. And in a situation like this one, after bishop g6, this bishop is doing a great job of controlling the black king. And the black king is unable to get back into the game. And Hikaru is, well, it looks kind of hopeless. The computer is saying there's still chances for a draw here, but this looks like an awful position for black.
Yeah, this would be no fun with the king restricted like that.
So Donchenko needs to call Hikaru's bluff here. Donchenko needs to realize that he can get his bishop into a placement where it's massively restricting black's king.
Will he do it? He's taking down just 3 minutes 45 on the clock now.
He does capture it. Hikaru once again in trouble here in the 5th game of this round. I changed my mind about making the rook trade. because the rook trade made it way too easy for white to kind of just get back up into the heart of black's position. I think Hikaru's going to have to get the knight in immediately, but then after the trade, the white king can easily get some squares by moving the pawn one step forward. And here Hikaru is down a pawn. Hikaru can regain the pawn if he wants to in the center, but then his king gets locked in on the side of the board. And this king is just in tremendous trouble here.
Just how bad is it? Like, what do we have to, if we get to this position, which maybe is not unlikely, what do we have to do? Can we not get any play along? I was looking at some, no, rook c2.
I mean, you can go with the rook to give a check, but then the king moves away.
Yeah, and then I'm self-pinned and I'm getting back rank mate now.
Yeah. No, this was a mistake on Hikaru's part. I think it all started when he had that opportunity to move his rook up. He should have taken that when he had the chance. And now the white pieces are working beautifully together. Hikaru does go knight d3 so that he has this open file for his rook. Now g3 is going to be an easy move for Donchenko. And after this g3 move, Hikaru, I think, is going to have to move his knight back simply to keep control of the g6 square so that the white bishop cannot utilize that one.
I see the chat. A few people are saying h5 was crazy. Do you think Hikaru got a little too ambitious when he played h5?
I don't think it was ambition. I think it was part bluff, part kind of being slightly desperate, because Hikaru had a difficult choice regardless. If he played g6 to just try and get his king out of the corner, then Donchenko would have traded the rooks and then captured the pawn. And in Hikaru's mind, losing that pawn was a big issue. So he tried to kind of create a diversion on the opposite side instead, but that turned out to be a mistake.
Yeah, I see someone saying Hikaru must have jet lag. This is terrible. I'm sure Hikaru has jet lag, but there's going to be a lot of players actually with jet lag at this tournament. So I'm sure he won't use it as an excuse himself. But what's going on now? He didn't play g3. He played h3, which
I think the reasoning is that he was scared that the rook would come up and put pressure towards the king. So he wants to have this pawn to protect the king from the side.
And the bar did not like h3 as much. Why is that? What's the difference here?
The eval bar wants the bishop to kind of sneak its way back into the middle. So bishop d4. And if the king moves up, then you give a check. And if you block, then you get your rook involved. And suddenly black is winning. So yeah, bishop to d4 is the key move now to keep the pressure on white's king. After bishop d4, the white king still struggles to find a safe location.
And chat, of course, quick to note this. Once the bishop gets to d4, John Ludwig, we have achieved the...
Yes, of course. I didn't even think about it. But another one of Fiona's predictions, striking, whereas mine just keeps missing every single time. What was it called again?
The wooden shield, come on. Shield. If you're going to remember only one thing from today's broadcast, this has got to be it.
But why is it wooden?
That's, I don't know. Chat, help us out. Fiona 2, hammer 0. Absolutely, Larissa. Okay, Hikaru is still thinking. Actually, we talked about earlier, Hikaru is going to get mad. He's going to flag him. Time is evening out here. We haven't seen too many games today. Wow, g5.
Okay, so first Hikaru went with the knight to give a check. The king moves up. and then g5. So Hikaru wants to create space for his king. So Hikaru didn't want to end up in a position where, for instance, if he takes this pawn in the middle, then bishop g6, and the king is kind of stuck in the corner, can't get out. So Hikaru goes g5 to get the king out. But then, what are some options? Wow, the computer engines is recommending on Donchenko's behalf the move king to g3.
Tell us, John, is he never going to play that?
Well, you're definitely never going to play that, because then you let your opponent capture a pawn with a check. And the idea here is that the king continues forward. The king continues forward and starts an attack against the black king. Incredible play. And then also opening up for the rook to join the party, and the king coming in behind.
I mean, wow. King g3 is so insane. But well, he's still thinking. Yeah.
But surely not. Not for a third time. He wouldn't
third
do
time's
like
the
that.
Charm.
Third time's the charm for me, right? Because I was the one who missed the two previous ones.
But okay, what else? Okay,
bishop f3. Yeah. Okay, good. Just defending the pawn makes sense. Then you go king g3 next move. So it was not necessarily the king g3 move I was protesting. It was more the giving away a pawn in the middle with check. And then, to be fair, this also looks really, really strong for Donchenko.
But here comes the wooden shield.
Yeah.
Bishop d4 is on the board. And okay,
so and now after king g3, Hikaru has rook c2.
Oh.
And if white is not careful, this is checkmate.
That's
Look
a lovely
at how
checkmate.
all of these black pieces are working together.
Wow. Those three pieces. I mean, Donchenko will have to start being careful.
Yeah, but how?
A little bit.
No, not just a little bit. Like, this is legit scary. Because the bishop is going to come here and disrupt the king. The rook is going to come here.
Yeah. Okay,
knight e7. Okay, but what are you doing? If you go here, we'll just move the bishop.
So rook c2 now, or?
Yeah, I would think.
Or do we start with a... No, we don't start with a check. Okay, so rook
and
c2.
Donchenko is down to just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Donchenko is going to flag. Donchenko will avoid the draw. Hikaru just said, you don't disrespect me like that. If you're offered a draw against me, you praise your lucky stars and you accept it. And once Donchenko avoided the draw, Hikaru just started beast mode. And now the rooks are coming into play.
So let's see. Oh, that's why earlier they were calling someone Donny and the Don, and I was like, who's that? Okay, it's been a long day. So the Don, he hasn't gone to C2. He's gone to C... no, that's Hikaru. Oh my goodness, Hikaru is black. Hikaru doesn't go to C2, which surprises me. Instead, he goes to C4, attacking the pawn on B4.
But turns out he's not attacking the pawn, because if he captures it now, then the knight comes with a double attack against the rook and against the bishop. The rook can move away, but then we take the bishop and you lose the knight.
Yeah, this isn't working. By the way, Wandering Bishop is right. Spam your prime to get Donchenko low on time. The time has come. This is the final push. It's actually... We are joking, kind of, but it's an incredibly important game. Also, because it's the last game of the day, and it sort of determines your mood for the rest of the night and how you start the next day. So if Hikaru can win, great, but I think it's really important that he doesn't lose.
Yeah, but like, he has such great pieces right now.
Yeah.
Yes, he might be losing some pawns or something, but Like, he has potential in his position to win, and his opponent is down to just 1 minute. And we saw Donchenko in an earlier game against Anish Giri. It was a position that should have been a draw with correct play, but when you're down to just seconds on the clock, you just cannot avoid making some mistakes. And I think that it's fairly likely for that to happen here again.
Yeah, so even here, I mean, the decision is not that easy. Where do you go? He goes to f5, and the bishop, I guess, will just go to e5 instantly, and there goes the e4 pawn.
Check on the king. King has to move back. Hikaru captures a pawn. Donchenko captures a pawn as well. Hikaru is down a pawn. Donchenko is trying to trade himself into a draw. And to be honest, I don't see anything better for Hikaru than moving the rook to capture the pawn.
But how do you no, but wait, rook. Are you saying rook b2, bishop c6?
Rook b7,
rook
bishop
b7,
c. Yeah. This is just an easy draw, unfortunately. And there's nothing Hikaru can do to stop it.
And he has played rook b7, I think.
Rook b7 on the board, and now bishop c6 is an instant draw.
What a game.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought before the game, maybe it'll be a quiet game. Then there was this possibility for an early repetition. But what a fight the players gave us. And I think at the end of the draw, maybe at the end of the day, maybe a draw is a fair result here. I think there were maybe just a couple of moments where Hikaru could have hoped for more, but all in all, I think he should be happy with the draw here.
And if they haven't already, I think the fact that, the moment new moves stop happening on the board, this game is over. And this was it. The game has been agreed a draw. Hikaru is down a pawn, but you cannot win with just one pawn when the opponent has the king in the path of the pawn trying to work its way over to the other side. Hikaru ends day one on 3.5 points out of 5.
Absolutely. As does Magnus Carlsen. We talked about that. Magnus was playing black against Arjun Erigaisi. That game was not a quick draw either, but ended in an equal endgame, which was a good draw. Let's go to board 2, where Duda is playing Van Foreys. Van Foreys, the only player who could remain on a perfect score if he can beat Duda as black, but it certainly does not look like that.
Van Forest is actually up a pawn.
Yeah.
But there is some pressure in towards the black position. And he would be very, very happy here to get a draw. The knight jumping around, attacking this pawn. This pawn cannot be defended by anyone other than the king. However, if the king moves over, then the king relinquishes the defense of the bishop. And we will probably see something like this now, in which case this is just going to be a draw. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just going to be a draw.
And we had a couple... Oh, that is exactly what is happening in the game, which I think is good news for Hikaru. The more draws that happen around him, I think the better. So Hikaru is going to remain 1 point behind the leaders going into tomorrow's second day. Maybe we can move on from here. I don't know if a draw has been agreed already or it will be.
It hasn't, but I do predict that's what's
we can go
happen.
To board 8, Karana against Shimanov.
Yeah, I should search. Yeah.
Okay, so what is going on here?
Fabiano's in trouble. No, Fabiano's winning. No, it's a draw.
Third time's the charm again.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't get it on the third try in chess, you might as well quit. But yeah, no, it was a tricky position because like all of these black pawns, they're all standing on their own. So initially you're like, yeah, we don't like that. It's difficult to protect everything. But then it turns out like some of these white pieces are not superb either. And Shimanov now, with the threat against the pawn on a4, he should actually just move that pawn forward. Instead, he goes to attack the rook.
Yeah, is he planning to trap the rook there somehow?
I think he's just planning to capture this pawn.
Also, for anyone, I mean, I know you people want to see Hikaru higher up, and I understand that, but 3.5 out of 5 does not mean he's out of the running by any means. Remember, this is a very long event. There are 13 rounds in total, so still 8 rounds to go, and he is 1 point behind the leaders. Of course, we wish he were closer or even, but there's still plenty of rounds to be played, and all it takes is rack up a couple of wins to catch up to the leaders.
I'm surprised Karana moved his king over to the left. There was an opportunity he had here to move his king up and try and capture this pawn on f6. And now this black renegade knight is going to be able to capture the pawn on g4. And like this white bishop is such a strange piece, because you can say, oh, that's such a good piece because it's protecting this pawn that's close to becoming a new queen. But on the other hand, wait, what? Oh, he just took that one. Okay, so Karana is down a pawn. Surely this must be troublesome for him. Or maybe he's winning. Like rook a6 now is just winning, no?
I'm really confused by this game.
Rook a6 is very close to winning.
So, okay, you have to defend the knight, king c5. And I guess your idea was to go into the pawn ending or what?
Yeah. I mean, it's close. I feel like my initial confusion in this game was justified. I still can't tell who's better by simple means. So the idea is that if Karana can get a hold of these black pawns, then there's some very serious trouble afoot. Ooh, and still, yeah, this is tricky play from Fabiano.
Yeah.
Like if the knight goes here, then you trade the rooks and you put the bishop in the center, and then you go with the king to take this guy.
I mean, I would be incredibly scared here as black. Also, black is playing on...
What is this move?
Just on increment at this point.
Yeah, but that's a brilliant move. Because now this pawn is trying to become a new queen. So Fabiano is trying to capture all of black's pawns over here.
Mm-hmm.
But like this... No, but... Who wins this? Ah, you take the bishop.
Okay. And even this one is still... No, okay, no. This one should be clear.
No, because
I was wondering if I don't let you queen, if I somehow can use the pawns, but yeah. No.
Ooh, but look at this. Fabiano is going for the first, kind of the second pawn first, so that he has a clear path to get a new queen.
So
and also
D2?
because after now d2, if you take, then it's not check on the king.
This endgame is insane. The bar seems to have said 0-0 all the way through.
Yeah. King g7. Who's trying to win now? King g7, king c3, h6, rook b4. I think rook b4 might be important. Because otherwise, I think black is in trouble. Black needs to eliminate one of these white pawns ASAP. Because otherwise, these pawns are just going to work together to become new queens.
King
so after
B3?
h6 now, I think rook b4 is almost the only move to make a draw.
But I will always... No.
Because if you don't play, if you just try to get a new queen, then white will capture this pawn. And then you have both of these two pawns working together, and the one rook cannot stop it alone.
Yeah.
So I think you have to go rook b4.
And
It's the only way to defend.
Yeah. I have to say, by the way, for all you people asking if there will be an interview with Hikaru, we don't know yet. For the moment, we're waiting to find out ourselves. We will let you know as soon as we get that information. I have to say, John Ludwig, I'm incredibly impressed by both players.
Fabiano sacrifices his rook. Fabiano allows black to get a new queen.
Oh, wow. Every time I thought it's the end in this game, it's never the end.
Oh my gosh. Incredible play from Fabiano.
But how is it still a draw?
He's still going for the win.
Okay, can I play f5 now? No? No, then I lose my queen immediately. Oh my god.
I would have fallen for that, no doubt. But when you can't play f5, that's a huge problem. Because with this pawn, there's no check on the diagonal. This is some of the most brilliant play I have ever seen.
Okay, one square away
but Shimanov defends brilliantly as well. So he does get this f5 move, check on the king, and now he's just now he's committed. This king needs to be checked until the end of days.
This is incredible. I mean, this has been such an incredible endgame from start to finish. How is this? Is this just a perpetual, basically, or what? Why is this a draw?
I think so. I mean, the queen just has to continue giving checks and hope for the best. No, you don't even have to continue giving checks. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. So
the king needs to step to the side to protect, and then you just continue.
This has been crazy.
Yeah.
What a game to end the day on, though.
Yeah. Wait, what is this move? Fabiano trying to be a hero or stupid? It's one or the other. Why are we not just giving a check right now on that king? Like, if Fabiano captures this pawn, then black wins. Okay, apparently this is also a draw.
How is this a draw?
Check, check, and rook e7. The only way to make a draw.
Oh my god,
and
that was insane.
Yeah, no, that was very strange. Okay, they're going back and forth. It's going to be a draw. We saw some excitement in the end game, but in the end, a draw is the final result.
Incredible stuff. Let me see if there's still anything going on. It almost feels like after this game we shouldn't go anywhere else. This was such a perfect place. Like, it just doesn't feel right to go, to board 55 or something after this. Let me check in with our lovely team to see if there's any word from Hikaru.
I'll just try and find a game that's still going on then in the meantime.
Okay, so in that case I can help you. I think the next one that's still going is David Anton. I
went to a Tomaszewski game.
That sounds so fun.
But it's not looking super interesting. Both players have a pawn. They're trying to get into a new queen. But white is helped by the fact that they have an extra bishop. And the bishop is taking care of business, making sure that this pawn cannot advance, whereas this guy is making its way forward.
Yeah, so this one looks
the king is poorly defended.
That is true. I wasn't gonna go and swear.
Be careful. But yeah, it should be a draw.
I was just gonna point out before it looks like we won't have Hikaru, but let me quickly just mentioned the last round, we had so many decisive results at the top. This time, only 2 decisive results on the top 10 boards. On board 5, Razayev, who had such a brilliant tournament so far, he lost with white against Fedoseev. And on board 9, Eric Hansen lost as white against Mamedyarov. Mamedyarov, who we haven't actually seen anything of yet, which means we have 4 players at the top. So Fedoseev joins the group of Carlsen, Erigaisi, and Van Forest. And then a group of 10 players on 4 out of 5. And Hikaru is in the group, joined 15th. So it's not, of course, what we were all hoping for, but it's also not a disaster. John, Ludwig.
Yeah. Hikaru is still in contention. It's very close at the top of the leaderboard. I've been saying that as long as Hikaru is within 1 point distance of these top players, he only needs to beat them to be on the same score. So given that Hikaru has had a slower start than the ones you mentioned, he will need to win some really key matchups coming up. But he is certainly capable of that. And we will be returning with the action tomorrow at 10 a.m. European time. That's 3 p.m. Kazakhstan time. It's in the middle of the night if you're on the U.S. East Coast.
Yeah, 4 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah. And we will return then with the next 4 rounds of this World Rapid Championship.
Also wanted to say a big thank you to you guys. I've seen a lot of lovely comments about our commentary. Some people, like quite a lot of people saying it's been fun. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream today. I had a lot of fun myself. I do look forward to more of the same tomorrow. So thank you so much to all of you for watching. Hopefully see you tomorrow. And we are, well, actually, I don't know. I have no idea if we're actually ending the stream here or if we're watching the end of this game.
I think we can safely end.
Okay.
Because this pawn is not going anywhere. This pawn is going to go all the way and become a new queen. Tomaszewski is going to win this game, and that's going to be the final from day 1 of the Rapid World Championship.
We are going to be rating Smernster, so do stick around, share the love over there. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. John, take care. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.